Hey y'all, welcome to another night of Biblical Smoke. As y'all can see, the topic for the night, masculine moms versus absent fathers. Which is worse? As y'all know, this is a very pertinent topic to the Black and Hispanic community, especially the Black community, man. We see this a lot, for obvious reasons. We got a lot of single-parent households, and even when it ain't single parent households, it's not biblically, it's not a biblical hierarchy within a household. And we gotta figure out what's more toxic to the child in terms of raising a child. Is it having a absent father, a father that doesn't have a presence in the household, or is it having a masculine mother, a mother that doesn't know how to properly nurture the child, so on and so forth. We trying to see. I mean, I feel like this is a very, very good topic. It's a lot of people should be able to contribute to this conversation. A lot of us, if we wasn't in this firsthand and we didn't experience this firsthand, we definitely knew somebody or was close to somebody that experienced one or the other, or maybe both. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about it, man. Let's get on the stage. Let's chime in. Let's put our 2 cents in. If this your first time in a room, don't be shy. You're welcome to come and speak on the topic. Just make sure you check out the rules of the room in the upper right hand corner. Them 3 dots. Make sure you check out them rules of the room so you won't be caught off guard or nothing like that. But the title of the name of the room itself is Biblical Smoke. So with these topics, I know any other room maybe can speak on it, but ain't no room gonna bring out the scriptures to go into these topics like we will on Biblical Smoke. Alright? So hey, if you're interested in chiming in and learning and seeing what the Bible got to say about this thing, come on up. Don't be shy. Raise your hand. Come on stage. Everybody else, in the meantime, y'all know what to do, man. Keep sharing the room. Let's make this thing go viral. This is a heavy topic we got on our hands tonight.
Just will, TC. Just be patient with us. We're going to get started here in a minute.
Thank you.
Damn, which one is worse? Whew, it's a tough one right here, boy.
All praises. We got our reader up now. We can go on and get started. Let's start with Sis TC. Welcome to the stage. How you doing?
Hello, thank you. I'm doing good. I usually come into this room and I'm pretty quiet, but I feel like this topic today that you're speaking on, I have a lot of knowledge of. So I really think that a man is supposed to lead the family. Um, and I think that that has been lost, not from all fathers of color, but from a lot of our men.
So
It has.
you saying that's worse?
So I feel that it's worse for an absent father.
Okay.
And I say that because I've raised 3 sons. I've raised 3 sons to be men. I won't say that I raised them alone because I have a father. My father played a part in raising me, and so he took on the responsibility of a man. And I have 8 brothers who also took on their responsibilities of being men. But then, at sometimes, I do feel as if I had to be tough And as I was telling my son last night, we just had this conversation that some way I had to come back and find my femininity after raising you boys, 3 sons, football, all of that. You know, I had to find my feminine side again because it's rough on me being a single mom. Yes, my dad, my brothers, they played a part, but they could not be there every step of the way. So to me, for y'all dad to abandon y'all the way that y'all did, I mean, the way that he did abandon you guys for no reasons besides the fact that we weren't working and I didn't want to be with him. I never said he can't see you. I never said that he couldn't have any type of authority over you all, but he just completely just was like, you know, if I can't, we can't be together. Basically, he just left his children for I don't want to say for dead, but you know, just like left them in the wilderness out to fend for themselves in the world. And I just feel like it's worse for absent fathers because to me, a woman is placed in that position to turn into that. Like I had to be tough with my sons. I had to sleep on the couch to make sure that people ain't passing you drugs through the window or just different things, all kind of different things that took place, you know, with them being boys. I had men put their hands on my son. Then I'm having to go to court, and I got to take another black man to court because I really want to kill you. You know, I mean, I don't want
Wait,
to say that,
real
but
quick. When you say men touching you talking about the men you was dealing with?
no, like putting their hands on my son. As far as my son outside in the world, he had a situation where a grown man, like a 30-year-old man, punched him. He's like 16. So now I got to take this man to court for you punching on my son, you know, and just different things. And so to me, like if the dad was there, he may have been able to handle that, you know, as a man. I don't know. For me, I'm a mom. I'm gonna be emotional at the same time. Like I got to be tough. It's just a lot of things that happen because I had to play a part that was not the part I should have been having to play. I should have been nurturing, but I was having to be the disciplinary, and so it took me out of my true position that God created me to be in. So to me, it's worse when fathers abandon. I'm not saying somebody's baby mama don't want to let them see their kid. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when men completely just walk away from their children for stupid reasons like, oh, um, you know, you don't want to be with me. I'm not going to take care of no, you know, that kind of stuff. I'm talking about those type of men. Other people's situations, I don't know that. I can only speak to what's true for me. I know who God created to be what, and I feel like that is the worst thing in the world because you made me have to be masculine. And so I'm going to land right there.
Hey, so for the most part, your son, how old is he? You said how old?
I have 3. Well, my oldest son is 24. I have a 23-year-old and a 20-year-old. He'll be 20 next month.
So which one was 16 and got punched?
My oldest son.
20.
Uh,
He's 23 now, right?
he's 24 now.
24. I'm sorry.
That's good.
So was you there? Did you see it? Like, or did he tell you?
No. So what happened was he was walking home. His uncle was was a heavyweight champion of the world at one point in time. So people would want to try to get him to fight people, and he didn't want to fight. And so this girl jumped up in his face, and he just pushed her. Now the school resource officer said that he saw him. He didn't like mishandle, like push her, but just like pushed her out of his personal space, like back up. Like he didn't push her to where he was disrespectful. And her father, she went and told her father that he pushed her and made it like it was worse than what it was. The school resource officer said if it was something that was like disrespectful, then he would have handled it. But he just basically like moved his hand. He didn't like physically push her, like move out of my personal space, like backed her off of him from being up in his face, telling him like he a punk for not fighting some other boy. They were, you know, trying to make him fight. But I have very intelligent. My boys are very intelligent. They all graduated with associate's degrees before they graduated with their high school diploma. So if you can understand that, like he's just not, he can fight though, but he just does not, that's not his personality. So then she went and told her dad that her dad outside him and 3 other guys and jumped my son and sent him home bloody. And so it was like even the police officer came to court against the father, like, no, that's not even what happened. That's why it's important for you should have found another adult and talked and found out, maybe got him in trouble, attempted to get him in trouble before you just put your hands on him. So it was, so to me, as far as I know from another adult who is a police officer, he stated to me that my son was not like disrespecting women, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Emmanuel, you got it.
Okay, hey, She got some good points though. I mean, hey, we all come from different walks of life. From her perspective, from her experience, she feel like it's absent fathers. That's a I can respect that.
Hey,
Uh,
Emmanuel,
go ahead.
I want to ask one more question. Sis, you said that you didn't want to be with him. So I'm curious. All right, so you had a baby by him.
I had 4 children with him to be
Why?
exact.
So why would you not want to be with him?
Thank you. The reason why I didn't want to be with him was not because I wanted to be with somebody else or something like that, but as I was speaking to my son, it's so funny that I had this conversation last night. The reason why I didn't want to be with their father was because it's one thing for you to lead me, and I believe that a man should be able to lead. I believe in all of that fully. I believe in submitting, that kind of stuff, but I can't have you running me and my children into a burning building. What I mean by that is, um you are the leader. You is the I work hard. I'm educated. You are the leader of this house. Certain things that you are doing, and I can take it for so long, but then after a while, like your mother, why is your mother making rules for our home? Why is your mother allowed to talk to me? And can you hear me?
Yeah, I just say, damn.
Oh yeah, your mother is making me the things that his mother was saying to me. I actually really went to a psychiatrist, and I told the psychiatrist, like, I don't know what's going on. Do I have postpartum depression? Because this is happening, and I don't know what to do about it. And I don't want to ask somebody in my family because I feel like I would be disrespecting him, and so I don't want somebody who knows us to be able to tell me what to do. I'm asking you. After me and the psychiatrist, he had listened to me, like I had recorded conversations, different things for him, to the point one day I went in his office and he was so mad. He said, you need to leave Tony alone. And he said, and if his mama and him they want to see them kids, let Tony take his kids to see his mama. Because the things that she was saying to me, like they just were not appropriate for a mother-in-law to talk to her daughter like that, in-law like that. And he told me that if your mother was here, she wouldn't talk to you like that, but she talking to you like that because you don't got your mother here to defend you. My mother's deceased, so I had my dad, and I just chose not to put my family or my brothers in that kind of stuff, because like I love my brothers. I don't want them outside doing nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I the psychiatrist just told me like that would probably be the best thing. Now I didn't just listen to him. Time went on to the point where I said, you know what, this is toxic. I cannot continue to raise my children in this environment. You are outside doing things to people, bringing harm to people. I don't want that harm to come back on my children. It's just a lot of different reasons. So in
So
hindsight,
you saying like he was in the streets?
yes, he was in the street. I didn't even know. I was naive to the streets. Like, his name is Chopper. Okay, I didn't know. They call him Chops. I thought pork chop, something like that. I don't know. I don't know why. I thought they were saying like, he like to eat or something. I didn't realize that what a chopper was. Now in hindsight, it sounds naive, but I was young, and so now I know what his life really was. I didn't want to bring that upon my son, so I took my children and I raised my children, and they are all like, my daughter, she's educated as well. His youngest child, like, he's never been in her life from the time she probably was like 3 or 4. And guess what, to this day I still allow them to talk to their dad. Well, not even allow them, they still talk to their dad. They don't have a relationship with their dad, but I say, hey, today is your daughter's birthday, you need to call your daughter. I would call him.
When did you find out about like Chopper?
I
Like,
found out about Chopper after probably when I was probably pregnant with my third son. One day I came home to where we were living, and somebody was in my apartment. They was in a full mask, and I had both of my babies in my hand, and I was pregnant. And I turned around, ran back down the steps. So that's when I found out, like, more so, like, he is in the streets. I also, it was a time where he came home with, like, when I say a garbage bag full of weed, y'all probably thinking like I'm talking about a long leaf bag full of weed. Like, where did you get you got to get this out of my house. You cannot have this in here. So it was just things that, for me, being raised by my dad, I know what a man is supposed to be. I have 8 brothers, and these are men. They have families. So for me, it was just, I didn't want my children to be in that toxic environment. I didn't want them to not have a relationship with their dad. Like, even still, like I said, he has not he has not ever made the turn that he should have made in their life. When our daughter, she just graduated from college this year in last year. And she graduated with the highest of honors. She got a full ride scholarship to almost all the colleges across the country. You think her daddy flew? I said, I will pay for you to come to her graduation. He didn't come. So it's like, you can't control other people. And I know some situations are where people keep their children away, but for me, my experience was that I didn't want to be with him. And so from that moment on, he never did anything else for my children. Nothing.
Okay. It's a lot in that story we want to touch on, but we got people that's on the stage waiting. Don't go nowhere, sis. We gonna get back around to you because I do got some questions for you. I do. But we gonna get back around to you though. Let's hear from Adriana. What's your thoughts on tonight's topic?
So my thought is that both are debilitating. I come from a family that, dealt with both. I had a masculine mother and I had an absent father. My biological father was deceased, and the man that, chose to be around was only around because my mom, was fooling around with him, but he was no father to us. So my mom, tried to raise our brother, and that went terribly wrong. Kudos to the woman who had the kids going through college, but it don't end up like that for everybody raising men and daughters for that matter. I'm sorry. It doesn't end up that way for everybody. My mom never knew how to read the room. She didn't know how to be a nurturer because she was masculine. And a lot of that came from being hurt and not healing. And, so she stayed in that and is still in that to this day. So, I feel like both are debilitating. I struggled with father issues. She hid from me, my biological father, and the fact that he had died when I was 13. So when I was 25, my husband and I set out to find my biological side of the family, and that was a whole conversation. Um, I and I may get the smoke tonight, and I accept it and receive the scriptures and the precepts, but I'm of the mind that both are debilitating, and I'll end there.
Okay. Uh, Once again, I say this: I respect y'all speaking from experience. Y'all going through it. We ain't gonna bash y'all for y'all feeling how y'all personally went through. But of course, we gonna deal with the scriptures. And I want to move around through the stage to just get the consensus of what everybody thoughts on the topic is. But I do want to throw this out there. Uh, and this always comes up in this conversation dealing with absent fathers. It's where does the accountability fall on the woman in a couple of different senses in terms of, marriage, proving that the man is worthy to lay down with, let alone have kids with. And is you holding them to a covenant of marriage before you have kids with them. Therefore, it could be certain legalities in place that would hinder him to be from being able to be a completely absent father as opposed to just being a baby mama. You know what I'm saying? That's something that we see in the black community a lot. We hear the sob story all the time about, the daddy just up and leaving and abandoning the children. But, I'm pretty sure he got a side of the story as to why he felt like he was pushed away or why he had to leave. So that's something that we don't really hear that other side of the story. With that being said, I want some brothers, some men to come up here and share their views and opinions and thoughts on it from their experience too. So if you're a brother that's in the audience that's hearing the conversation and you got some input, we'd like to hear that as well. All right, but we're gonna continue to move through the stage. We're gonna circle back around to deal with the different points that was made from the particular people, but we want to, get the consensus of the stage first. Let's go to Leah.
Hey, real quick, because I agree with you. The women always stepping up and want to talk about these hard issues that plague our communities. And this topic here, it hurts our community. And we need some of you men to come and add to the conversation, because this is gonna heal. This is gonna heal the community. We gotta come back to marriage, and we have to talk about these things. So we need you brothers to step up. I mean, one might go ahead, Lemuel.
Sir, let's go to Hadassah. Sis Hadassah, how you doing? Sister Hadassah, going once, going twice. All right, let's hear from Leah.
Shalom, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would say masculine moms. Can I give my reason why?
Of course.
Okay, the reason why I say masculine moms, because she will emasculate her male child and defeminize her female child. And when you're dealing with a single mom, usually there's men around, and she's not going to stop the men from given a chance of that father-like figure or that father-like way. Because if she's masculine, she's going to try and act like him. So he's not going to be able to have a chance to be that father role in their life because she's going to emasculate him too. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective right there. And I get it. That's actually pretty logical when you break it down like that. Like I experienced myself a situation where I was born in a certain place, and after a few years, my mama decided to move 450 miles away from my father. It was basically outside of his control. So he was an absent father, but it wasn't really on him. But being with a single mother, even though she was a single mother, I always had men around. I had my grandpa, I had my uncles, I had my big cousins, stuff like that. So, of course, it wasn't the same as having a biological father in the household, having that fatherly presence on a regular basis. But nevertheless, I still had men around me. Now, if my mother wasn't motherly enough, she raised me a certain way how I saw some other kids get raised, then it would have turned out real bad for me. You know what I'm saying? It's basically when it's in the mother's hands as the single mother, she still has the ability to be a great mother and raise her kids the right way. If she don't fulfill her role properly, that's gonna end up being more detrimental to that child. Having that single mother as opposed to, you know, having a father. You know what I'm saying? Basically, what the sister said. So logically, that does make sense when you look at it that way. So, any of you other moderators want to speak on that before we get the next viewpoint?
Nah, man, I agree. Everything you said.
All right, all praises. Let's go to Malek. Malek, what's your thoughts on the topic?
I just got in the room, and you guys instantly added me to the stage, so I accepted. But
yeah, the topic is masculine moms versus absent fathers. Which one is worse?
We're talking biblically here.
Just period.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
I'm gonna say the fathers, and my reasoning being is that biblically the children are his, right? Those are his seeds, and he's responsible for them biblically. So if he's not going to show up, regardless of what the woman is going to do, I feel like the leadership and the mentality of the children is going to completely fall away to the wayside. That's kind of some of my thoughts on it as a man.
All right. So I'm seeing that you biblically keen or whatever, biblically inclined, what scripture you coming from in that sense of what you said?
I'm just simply saying that it's his seed, right? That's what God says in the book. It's a man's seed. The woman brings forth his child. So, yeah, it's the man's duty. It's the man's responsibility to oversee his children.
Okay. All right. For sure. All right. We'll come back to that. Let's see what Stacy got to say. Stacy, welcome to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. So my perspective is basically, I think that both play a vital role. You know, masculine mom and absent fathers. You know, just for the overall well-being of the child. You know, coming from a background where I did not traditionally see like my parents, married and stuff like that, or even in a relationship at all. And then the neighbors and the people in the where I grew up at, it was all the same. So I think that I feel like as far as with a masculine mom, I feel like accountability has to be like it has to be, you got to be strategic about taking that accountability so that you can not fall short of, playing that role of, because being a single mom, for myself, generally speaking, with two kids, I think what I try to do is try to research and try to purposely engage in like certain things. And like this topic is important because consciously I want to know what I need to correct moving forward, and do my best raising my daughter is 16, my son is 3. So I want to try not to be the masculine, mom toward my daughter, but more so just like, coming from a place of teaching her, as she's transitioning into a young adult. And then as well as my son, I want to make sure that I'm not coming from a perspective of trying to, you know, take the place of where I'm raising him to be like a mama's boy in a sense. But I think that both parents, it does take the statistics against for Black families is already like high on how it ultimately ends out. But I really feel like I think both of them play a vital role. So seeing my mom, raising me, I feel like she was a bit, some kind of masculine, and she still is like that today. And then my dad, I'm very close with my father. In fact, I'm probably like a daddy's girl. I'm grown as a woman. But I think that people need to have accountability and really be strategic about really trying to identify, you know, not falling in those categories of, being masculine or where else the father is absent. But, you know, both parents, whether they're married or they not married, just trying to be on one accord for the child. So that's my take.
So you said we gotta be strategic when it comes to holding ourselves accountable. What's the strategy?
Well, the strategy would first of all to be, engaging in things like, first of all, like topics like this. The lady that just spoke, I think before me, she said something about that she think that a masculine mom would be a more of a concern, or I can't remember fully what she said, but I understand her logic. But I think like the approach would be to be intentional about like if you need to read books, if you need to listen to documentaries, if you need to get to the real root cause of why things are how they are, or why you act in certain ways, or trying to find out what you did in a previous relationship, that because you can't change nobody, you can only change the way you approach something. So you got to really take a look within yourself. It's the finger should never be pointed outward. You always got to point in. So when you go in and really, be intentional about how you can be better moving forward, then I think it needs to start there. But that's just with everything.
Okay. Well, let me offer a biblical strategy real quick. Let's start with 1 Thessalonians 4, verse 3. Let's start there. A biblical strategy, how we, get more accountable to not fall into these type of situations. Read that.
The book of 1 Thessalonians, chapter 4 and verse 3. For this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that ye should abstain from fornication.
That you should what?
Abstain from fornication.
And it's to a point in the black community where that seems unrealistic. Practicing abstinence, being celibate, things of that nature. We act as if it's not even really possible and it's not realistic, but it's the will of God. It's God's will that we abstain from fornication, because at the end of the day, marriage don't make children, sex do. And men don't control access to sex, women do. You understand? So the accountability has to be taken in that aspect of women. Get that real quick in Titus 2 about chaste. Accountability has to start. A woman has to take on the mindset that I have the most precious thing that I can give to a man within me. He has to bring something to the table that's, you know what I'm saying, that's worthy. As in marriage papers, first he got to prove, and I'm gonna get into that. He got to prove that he able to provide, that he loyal, that he faithful, that he etc. and all that before he even obtain that. It shouldn't be a conversation or some laughs or some giggles or 2-3 dates he done paid for. It shouldn't be that easy. He should come with some paperwork after a period of time where you proving his integrity and seeing what type of dude he is, that he worthy of putting his seed inside of you. All right, read that.
The
Titus
book of
2.
Yes, sir. The book of Titus, chapter 2 and verse 4. That they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste.
Chaste. That word chaste means to keep your legs closed. You're not promiscuous. You're not carrying yourself in that manner that you accessible for a brother to just knock you out, for you to become sexually involved with somebody that you're not married to. You understand? That's like a lost thing within the black community with our women, with our daughters. It's sad that our women, go through the trauma of falling in love with a dude and he might be abusive or cheat or got a certain lifestyle and they had kids and she found out down the line that he just ain't the one and he ended up leaving or she gotta leave him or whatever. It's sad that it comes to that, and a lot of our sisters that went through that. However, the accountability started with you. You opening your legs and inviting that man to lay a seed, plant a seed inside of you. When if you was chaste, you would have never ran into them issues. So again, back to the biblical strategy. Get Sirach 6 and verse 7. Sirach chapter 6, verse 7. That's what our women gotta start doing with these. Y'all gotta understand, when y'all carry yourself a certain way, y'all gonna literally force the men to be better men. But we don't want to put it into that type of perspective. But if you make it to where he got to be a certain caliber of man to be able to have sex with you, then that would produce better caliber of men. I know what y'all think. Well, he should just be a better man anyway. No. But just think about it. If he can get his rocks off and he can do what he do, he can, you know what I'm saying, smash and dash and all of that without having his ducks in a row, then what's the point of him having his ducks in a row before he want to smash? You know what I'm saying? But when you hold yourself to a certain standard, you're going to force him to be in a hurry and get his mind right and get his stuff together because that's what he want. And he going to try to go about it the right way. That's how we build each other up in the black community. But read that real quick.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 6 and verse 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
Right. So the Bible said, if you get a friend, prove him first. So again, women, y'all make these babies with these dudes that y'all end up having a lot of bad things to say about them. But y'all gotta prove these men. Y'all gotta prove what type of men they is. It shouldn't be y'all got 2-3 babies within 2 or 3 years and you just not finding out the real him. Now you should have took that time to evaluate what caliber of man this was and is he worthy and what he gotta work on, and you know what I'm saying? Line him up with the men that you feel like around you is worthy. You know, he got, and ultimately that's the Bible. He got to line up with the Bible. Get there real quick in Sirach 37 and 12. And I'm gonna land my plane for now right there. Read that.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 37 and verse 12. But be continually with a godly man, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Lord.
Right. So in order for you to be continually with the godly man whom you know to keep the commandments, that takes time. That takes time for him to prove that to you. That takes time for you to evaluate and examine. You know what I'm saying? Before y'all ever get to that point of having children. And marriage is supposed to come before that. You prove that he's a godly man that keep the commandments of God. He gonna uphold what God said to do, to provide, to be faithful, husband of one wife, and etc. And then he get the paperwork and y'all tie the knot that way. That's the strategy to prevent these type of tragic, traumatic situations of single mothers and absent fathers. That's the biblical. The sister was talking about a strategy. That's the biblical strategy right there. And it start with y'all. Y'all sisters, y'all gotta be chaste. Stop giving it up. But all right, I see we got Judd on the stage. Hey Judd,
Can I
welcome
come
to the
back and say
stage.
one more thing? I'm sorry.
You on the phone?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, so I 100% agree with, what the Bible says, and I'm so grateful to really understand, to just be more in tune of what the Bible really, says about all of this. But even, and not blaming or putting, shifting blame or anywhere, but especially in Black culture, and being a mother of two, and in my 30s, my thing is, it's like, when you don't see something, when you don't grow up in an environment where that structure is, it's not what you see on a daily basis. It's not in your household, your neighbors and everybody around you. It just seems like the normal thing, like Black people have kids and tie together. Of course we know that is not, the way it's supposed to be. But I do think that, from generations way before us, from slavery, from when, they was jumping a broom, and, Black men was being, sent to different states trying to find money and work. We always was kind of like divided. But I'm so grateful for, experience, and now really trying to hone in on the biblical principle of things, because even growing up in Christian church, it's so common for you not to even hear the pastor to just say, like, talking to a young couple, like, and encouraging them, to be on that same accord, to, encouraging marriage and stuff like that. But it's just like, and not saying, like, there's no level of engagement and
Hey, no,
responsibility
hey,
in it.
sis, I agree with you. The Christian church has failed us in many, many ways, and that's a big one. They don't hold us accountable. They don't teach us all these scriptures in the Bible about abstinence and abstaining from fornication, but they don't never find the time to encourage the young people in the congregation to not do that and to marry first. That's a heavy point. And it's sad because that's what we supposed to learn about God and how God said to go about things and do this and do that. And the church that has the charge of feeding the flock with the knowledge and understanding of the word, he don't do that. He don't do that. And you putting that within the equation of it's basically not being on the brain for the women. They're not seeing it within the community. They're not hearing about it in church. So it's like a naive type of thing when it comes to them dealing with men. And I get that, that it's a lot of blood on the hands of the Black Christian church. But that's for other topics. But I just wanted to say that while you was on that point right there, because that's true. Go ahead, sis.
No, that's it. I just really kind of wanted to just, for anybody that, because anybody can fall short, you know what I'm saying? But just for me really coming into the truth last year and just really focusing on, because it's like I always have a personal relationship, with the Lord and stuff like that too. But being in an environment where it's not reinforced even about the laws and stuff like that. It's like I'm like I've been super disappointed. But I'm grateful that I get to set a different type of tone and a structure for my kids. My daughter is 16, so her and I get to have a conversation and just being involved with all that she has going on. And when she does get to that, level where she will start to date, and definitely encouraging, you know, her independence and doing the things she will be doing as a young woman and stuff like that too. But she will be a kept woman, she will be a wife, my son will be a husband, what I'm saying, and I will be a wife. So I'm just grateful just to have experience and then have the truth and have the word of God, and now I know better. So anybody on this platform right now, when you know better, you do better. That's just that.
All praise to the Most High. All right, any moderators want to speak on what the sister said before we move on?
I'll just say one thing, don't let your daughter date.
That's right, Judd. That's
Don't let her.
right.
Don't let her
We
go to
got
prom
this.
either. Don't let her go to
I'm
prom.
look, there I go, about to be a masculine mom. Look.
Do not send your daughter off to prom. Do not do it. All right. Let's move on. In the stage, Poetic is next. Poetic, how you doing?
I'm doing. How you doing? Most High in Christ bless. This is a really good topic because I grew up in a household where my mother was, the head of the household. Her and my father, I think they divorced when I was a baby. So I never really got to know him. But my mother wasn't necessarily masculine. She just was never there because she was working so much. Um, so it's almost like a double-edged sword. Maybe because if my father would have been in the house, then my mother wouldn't have had to work so
Who
much.
filed? I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but who filed for divorce? Do you know?
No, I do not know. But if I know my mother, it was her. If I know my mother,
So
it was her. Yeah.
right. So with that being said, like, cause you say, and I understand. I get it. You say, if my father was there, she wouldn't have to work so hard, but he would have been there. It was she took it to the courtroom and a gavel dropped that he couldn't be there. So
I think she didn't like him. I mean, honestly, I think my mother and my father, I don't think they really knew each other, because not like they should have. My brother was a whole different story from my sister and my other brother. So it's a whole lot to that occurred that I didn't learn about till years later, much later. So I think had we been told, first of all, the things that we needed to know in church and Christianity, then it would have been a lot different growing up, period. Because my mother didn't have to talk with me, don't be out here and don't, go be giving yourself to someone without them deserving um, who you are. So I kind of learned that later in life. But before then, because my mother, she paid more attention to my brothers, and my sister and I were kind of like, out there to fend for ourselves. My sister turned to drugs, and I turned to looking for love, with men that did not deserve my time frame. Although it was not like a plethora, it was still more than one. And
It's some.
I,
Hold on, I don't mean to cut you out, but it's something else in this. So this a question. What
mm-hmm.
age was you when your parents got divorced?
Woo, I was a baby. I mean,
So
really,
did
I
your
was a
did your,
baby.
did she get remarried when you was a child?
No, no, my mother
Why,
never got remarried.
why is that?
Well, because my mother was very, very headstrong, and she wasn't with the man that she loved. She ended up having to. This is just me. I don't know for sure, but she ended up having, I guess, my father like a second choice thing, or a necessary person there. She was, she was already pregnant with my oldest brother, but didn't tell my father. And my oldest brother, ended up with my father's name, and that was not fair to either one of them. So it was one big, you know, I don't steps of bullshit.
And it's the thing about this topic, because it's very easy to look at it in the scope like, well, the daddy wasn't there, so y'all grew up like this, and you had to go that and do this because mama was working. But mama could have got married. Mama could have got y'all a father figure. The scripture talk about men being a father to the fatherless. You know what I'm saying? She could have got married. She could have found a husband. What was it about her that allowed her to go y'all whole childhood and teenage years without getting a father figure in the household? It was something about her.
Yeah, it definitely was. But my thing is, I don't remember much of my childhood, and I've always kind of wondered why that is. But when I tell you I can remember anything, I mean, like, basically not too much, maybe 4 or 5 incidents in my childhood, growing up as a toddler, as a small child, until I started getting into my teens. But I don't remember any of it, none of it. So I've always wondered, was it something that happened that made me block how my childhood was, or was it that bad? So she she was just hard when it came to stuff. My mother was like, I'm not gonna bother you. You're not gonna bother me. You didn't serve a purpose in my life. I have nothing else to say to you. Let's move on. And that's how she was. I didn't get to know my father until I was 18, because I wanted to know the other part of me. So it was difficult not having him in that household. But when I talked to him, I kind of didn't let him tell me everything, because I'm like, I'm coming to see you. I don't know what happened between you and my mother, and I still don't. I mean, I'm speculating. I'm telling you things I'm not really sure of, because she loved my brothers and kind of threw me and my sister to the wayside. It kind of left us. I grew up like with a chip on my shoulder. I mean, I was masculine. Not that I was attracted to women, but I was masculine because I felt like that if I was more like a boy, my mother would love me more.
See, that sounds like a lot of toxicity on your on your mother's part, just from the whole divorce thing and the way she raised. Hey, I don't know, moderators. What y'all got? What y'all got on the? What y'all take on it?
I just had a question out of curiosity, and you don't have to be precise or anything, but approximately how old are you?
60.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I went through it way early in life. But the bad thing is that
My
Go
can
I
ahead,
y'all hear?
Jared.
Y'all can hear me or not?
Yeah, go ahead, Jared.
One thing I will say is that it's crazy how we're so brainwashed to whenever there's a single parent situation or the kids grow up with the mom, we always try and figure out what the father did or did he walk out or why is he a deadbeat before we ask the question like what's wrong with the mom. I was watching one of those you are the father you not the father episodes, and they had a brother in there trying to figure out, winning there for one of his kids, and they were like, "You're not the father." He break it down crying, and then they said, "Well, we want to make sure that the other kid yours too." So they tested the other kid, and both the kids wasn't his. And you know, that's a that goes on more often that women would like to talk about. It's one of those things that shoot. I found out well last year that me and my brother had different fathers. Something that my mom knew. Our whole life. So, it's crazy that we always want to look to blame the father, the father.
no,
But a
you
lot of
know,
these a lot of these women, they ain't right. They ratchet. They got the devil on them. They hood. They ghetto. They hoes, and they'll go in. They'll sleep around.
I I don't know as far as what she did as before she met my father, but
Jared,
I don't
Jared,
put
you
all of
had
this.
So,
hold on, sis. Jared, you had went out.
oh, hold
Oh,
on one second. I'm down here in this. Let me move to a different spot. What's the last
uh,
word, Manuel?
Uh, the woman should be a hoe sleeping around. Da, da, da.
Yeah, yeah. So we always look. It seems like we look at these women as that they were like all wholesome, good women trying to work hard to support the family, while the evil father just left them there to fend for themselves. But the reality is, a lot of these women they monsters, and these husbands, these men try hard to stay in their kids' lives, but how many men gonna stay with a woman after you find out that the kid that you called, your son or your daughter ain't yours, it's by somebody else, and she knew the whole time. So I
well,
think we really got to get out of the thinking of what did the father do, and sometimes we got to say, well, what did the mother do? What's wrong with her? What did she do to cause that man to leave? I think, we do men a real disservice when we automatically point our fingers at the father. And I'm not saying that that's what you did. I'm talking about just that's just normal thinking.
oh
That's
yeah,
the normal way of thinking. Like, why did he leave? Why this? Why that? It's like, no, what she did? What did
my
she
mother
do?
was difficult. Believe you me, I do not.
A
Uh,
lot, a lot of these black women are difficult, but for some
no, I
reason,
mean
you
she was
know,
very very difficult,
for
and I
some
don't know.
reason, like to point the finger at the black man. Like look, I don't know who shot Meg the Stallion. I heard what people said. I heard some people say this and say this, but one thing I do know that happened is that Meg the Stallion was sleeping with her best friend man, and ain't nobody saying, not one woman is talking about that. It's like, well, why did this happen? I'll tell you why it happened. She was sleeping with her best friend, man. They got drunk at a party, and whoever shot who after that, Tory in jail for it. So if he did it, he need to go to jail. But I don't know. I didn't see reasonable doubt. But one thing we do know is that Meg was sleeping with her so-called best friend, man. That's a lot of that is normal. A lot of these black women, they do that. A lot of these black women know not to lead a man around some of their friends because their friends are sleep with them. So I think we really got to change our mindset when it comes to asking the question, what did the man do and why did he leave? I'm like, we need to start asking questions, what did the woman do? But
And
And I agree with that. I do because like my mother, she couldn't have been so innocent if she was pregnant with someone else's child. My
a
father
lot of
learned
these
about
women
it after the
ain't
fact.
a lot of these women ain't innocent, but for some reason we've been conditioned to think that the black man is evil. But
Well,
hey,
that's it.
let's see. Hey, who on there? King or OB? If you a Nat Zeke, if you got that clip, I'm trying to find that clip that's basically show that when kids are raised by their father, statistically, is pretty much the same as they was raised by their mother and father. But when they're raised by their mother, it's a whole nother story. If y'all can find that clip,
Damn.
you
That's
know,
accurate. That's accurate, Judd.
that
Mm-hmm.
clip. I'm looking for it, but it was played on Patient Saints uh this past Sunday. If anybody can find that, back channel it to me, so because people need to hear that, because hey, we trying to figure out what's wrong. I'm gonna tell you what's wrong. These black women ain't right. We have knuckleheads and niggas amongst the men? Yes, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna go by my experience and stuff I done seen, and the numbers don't lie. The black community has a problem with our women. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Hey, Judd.
And
Hey, hold on.
and
Hey, Judd, the rabbit hole go deep with that. Because a lot of reasons why people grow up with that mindset to look at the father as the villain before they would look at the mother, consider the mother, is because when they little, as a child, you impressionable. So the mother takes advantage of that. And she's able to feed the child whatever narrative she want to feed him. So she could be you a child, so you don't know what the hell, all the dirt, all the skeletons your mama got in her closet, none of that. She could just be feeding you all your daddy this and your daddy that and blah, 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 blah. So basically, they pass down all of their bitterness and trauma to the child, and the child grow up with that and fester that within them without even having no true understanding of what the hell happened. So
Hey,
it's
look at
like
that box.
programmed for them to feel that way about their daddy.
Look at that boxer that just they took to jail because the woman said that she beat him, and then they got camera footage and everything. He ain't touched that woman. You know that could have ruined his whole career, ruined his life, and just
Facts.
because she's just wicked. I mean, and this happens all the time. And then black women would be like, nobody want to protect the black woman. Nobody need a black woman. But I mean, we got people got real life experiences where we like, hey, this is the line, you know? See, well, I remember I watched another clip a couple of days ago where this woman just was on the phone with the police and she was like, he hit me and he in my face and he this. And the man standing there going like, I'm not hitting you. I'm not. You watching him recording her just lie to the police. Another one where a black woman, she called her dad and everything saying that this man hitting her and stuff. The man on the phone videotaping like, I ain't touching you. So, hey, I don't know. I mean, I know it's a whole Me Too movement of black women that say black men don't protect the black woman, but I don't know. Is the black woman worthy of being protected? Because some of y'all ain't. Some of y'all need to be avoided at all costs, so we don't continue to fill the prison system. Black women say it ain't no good black man. Most of y'all in prison. Well, shit. Most of y'all called 911 and put that man in prison. So I don't know. That's it. I'm gonna mute my mic before I get canceled on the app.
Can I just
Yeah,
say one more thing on
it's
that?
it's not really a black and white thing or black woman thing or whatever.
Well, sis, look, I'm
Black
black.
men,
I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
sister.
black men,
Hold on one
black
second.
men.
1 second, sis. You talking out of order. First of all, that's the problem with our women. They don't respect order when it comes to men. They just want to just talk and do what they want to do. That shit don't fly. That's why our kids out of order. That's why our young kids don't listen. Cause they watch their mom disrespect their father. They watch their sisters disrespect black men. So they don't listen to black men. And that's why we got all this shooting going on in our communities. What's the problem? If black women will respect the damn white man that they work with, but if they around black men, they don't show them no respect and be like, "Well, these men they don't want to take charge." Man, hey, brothers, get a passport. Get a passport. I'm telling you, y'all need to stop fighting with these Babylonian black women. Get a passport. Go get you a submissive woman that wanna be your partner, that wanna work with you, that wanna build you up. Somebody that's trying to be in competition with. Go
What's
ahead.
wrong with like these niggas?
What you got,
oh,
Emmanuel? because this we talking about our people. I don't give a damn about the other nations. So if you want to talk about white people, go in another room. We talking about the problems that we have.
Could I just finish up my thought on that?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, quickly.
Thank you. I understand everything that you said, and you're correct on that. But one thing I need to say when it comes to me, I never put one black man against another black man. I not at one time didn't think that my mother was a hard mother and that my father may have had to go through some things. I am the only one of his children that decided to not take sides against him. I have a brother who doesn't speak to him, who lives right in New York with him, but doesn't get to know him because of what my mother said. I have a sister who could have gotten anything in the world, but she refused to meet him. So I don't take sides as far as I go, because I know what I dealt with my mother. I know my father probably dealt with just as much. And on that, you're right when you say we women have to stop being hard and retrain our minds to think that when you have good men, you need to respect the fact that they're good men, and and due diligence. Like in my day, I wished there was a place or a group like Biblical Smoke, or the Israelis in Christ, and telling us what was real, because it would have been my pleasure to be married first before I had my kids, and in a strong household with a strong man. And there's nothing wrong with being submissive to a man that treats you as the woman in his life. So I missed out on that. But my sisters, per se, the younger ones, they don't have to miss out on that. And you're right. We have to stop blaming black men for everything, because it was a woman that got Adam into the
That's
situation he
right.
was in.
That's all right.
So on that, I
All
mute my
praise.
mic.
All right, let's move on in the queue. Delonte was next. Delonte, what you got on the topic? Delonte going once.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My apologies. Um, yeah, so I raised my hand for this topic because I grew up in a household. My mother was married 4 times, yo. Um, uh, yeah, I know, right? And my original, my biological father, he did 15 in the pen for heroin, but she chose him. But growing up in a household with that, in terms of what's more important, having a mother or father, both are bad, right? A masculine mother or an absent father, both are bad. So which is worse is an interesting question, right? And that just shows the state that we're in, the curses, that we even have to ask this question, because both are equally, almost equally bad. But my opinion, based on my experiences, and I'm trying to be calm today, my experiences is that an absent father is the one who sets everything in order. I'm not blaming him. What I'm saying is that's the thing, that the little things that we miss, that we don't recognize, that we miss until we get older and look back and say, "Oh, I was missing some things in my life." And it's all really about the truth, you know. Stick to the script. If we stuck to the script, the goal should be to marry one person and be with them and figure it out, bro. Like that's the point. Is like, stop getting divorced. Stop moving from man to man. Like, prove them first, like the scripture said, and then move forward in a godly way. And we missing that. So yeah, we leaving, and to be clear, I played football. I was the youngest of 3. My sister had to go live with my grandma for a little bit. But when something went down, she come to me like, "Yo, something come off, call 911." So at 7 years old, I knew to call 911 if he put his hands on it. So the other day, I was passionate because I am. I played ball. But uh, I grew up in a house where, I saw a man try to put his hand on a woman. And I acted. So I know if it's fight or flight, I'm fighting. And that's why I'm fighting for this truth too. But in terms of what's worse, not having a dad there, someone to set the standard and someone to set you, some of you loudmouth ass women up because I don't play that either. Like, shut up, man. You don't know nothing. Like, for real, for real. Just be quiet and listen sometimes. Nobody's trying to hear all that. It ain't disrespectful. I'll love you. And then you'll get everything you want. But at the end of the day, you pick these brothers. We the key. Y'all not the key. We the key. You the lock. You know what I'm saying? So we are the key. Be quiet and listen sometimes, yo.
All
Fall
right, bro.
back,
We
man.
got you. We got you. We got you. We got you. All right. So I ain't gonna lie. What you saying, I feel you, but it's slightly contradictory. Just slightly. But I'm gonna hold my tongue. Any of the moderators want to speak first to what the brother said? All right. So I say this, bro. So like you said, right? The sisters, they gotta pick better, and so on and so forth. Your mother was divorced 4 times. Um, you right in a sense of having a fatherly figure in the house to set the tone or whatever. That's a major deal. Fatherhood is very, very important. But how can you
You
expect?
right. I'm gonna say it right real quick. You already right because you know what? Because my mother was very loving. She wasn't very touching though. I didn't get a lot of hugs, but I got a lot of love because I had food. We did live in the project. We live in the hood, but not in the projects. We ain't had roaches. So you are right because the way she molded me was to be a man. Because she said I'm mama and daddy. So when I was in the world and celebrated Mother's and Father's Day, I celebrated her because she did have to be masculine as well. So you are right in correcting what you're saying as well.
So again, just to the point. How I want you to answer this, like, just say you was in a situation where you got a woman pregnant. It was, whatever lust or whatever the case may be, and you wanted to raise your child. You wanted to be in a household, so you tried to make it work. But she was a masculine woman. She didn't want to submit. She had issues, and she tried to push you away. At that point, what can you do?
I mean, the men, they left for a reason. You know, I'm not absolving her of anything at all because obviously she was married 4 times for a reason. What I'm saying is, above all that, to the point of the question itself, is what's more damning to a man, at least in my eyes, right? Because I'm a man. It would be the absence of my father. It wasn't the absence of her, but because I
But
appreciate her.
the
Now, if she
thing, the
changes
thing,
for good,
the
it'll be
thing
a different
about it
response.
is, I don't mean to cut you off. But the thing about it is, the first part, masculine moms, and that context is what's contributing to the absent father. So
Absolutely,
you see what
it's
I'm
the root
saying?
core of the
So
issue,
so
and
when
that's where
you
the trips
really
come in.
break it down and do the math, that would by default make the masculine mother worse, because she causing the absent father
I
predicament.
mean, both are bad, like I said, but what's worse is really hard.
I'm
Now, if
just
it's
saying,
worse,
per the
yeah,
logic.
man. I came out all right. I got 2 degrees, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here for a reason because God called me. But you know what I'm saying? Here's what I'm saying. I came out right, but I thought I could have came out better. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of flaws and things I felt like I was missing. It was answer that. Now, which is worse, I didn't really have to deal with it, I guess, because I know what you're talking about, but she wasn't really on it like that. Like, she just didn't really, she was like, yo, she wasn't really with all that hugging, and ain't no gonna be no sodomy and among the boys in our family, things like that. So I appreciate that. But which is worse, for me anyway, was the absence of that because that's what I dealt with. But in terms of the bigger picture, what you're saying, I absolutely agree. Because she wasn't that masculinity is what led to not having, but I can go bigger than that and say this: the absence of y'all word, this truth coming out is really the problem. We didn't have that truth, and if so, it was hidden because we didn't have the technology to share that information. So even though, yes, it's worse. I
Yeah,
agree.
I can't argue with that, bro.
Hey, let
Can't
me
argue with that.
let me dive in there real quick, brothers. Uh, go to Isaiah 32, verse 9. So I want you all to listen very clear. Women, y'all losing out here, man. Y'all losing. You sisters that are independent minded, that have the mindset of America, because America, the Bible calls it Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots. It's the top hoe. That's what the Bible's telling you. America is the top spiritual whore, meaning it's full of idolatry and wickedness and evil. And because you love sin, because you was raised in sin, you can't see that this place has been programming you to destroy yourself from the day that you were born, especially my sisters. Now, I'm going to show you how you're losing. I'm going to read a scripture and then I'm going to pull some statistics up. All right. So let's read Isaiah 32, verse 9.
Yes, sir. The book of Isaiah, chapter 32, and verse 9. Rise up, ye women that are at ease. Hear my voice, ye careless daughters. Give ear unto my speech.
So the Lord says, rise up. When the Lord says rise up, he means wake up and realize what his word has been saying this entire time. Stand up on your feet and be a woman of God. That's what the Bible's telling you. Rise up, ye women that are at ease. You know why women are at ease? Because our sisters lead the nation in child support receival and in welfare and food stamps, government assistance, basically. And I'm not making fun of any sisters that are currently on welfare, but that shouldn't be your end goal, right? That shouldn't be what you're living for. You shouldn't. You like the welfare queen. They had a whole commercial where they were making fun of black women, and they had a fat, out of shape, overweight, loudmouth, obnoxious, arrogant, prideful, boastful woman as being the welfare queen, all to make fun of you, sisters. And many of you can't see that. Many of you love ratchetness, and you got to rise up as women of God. The Bible says you're at ease. The white man has made sure that you have comforts in this captivity, but you see it as comforts. God says your life is miserable. You're living a miserable life. You don't have your father, the children's fathers in your life, and then the first thing you do is blame him. But you were a part of the problem. Oftentimes we blame the man. Oh yeah, the man ain't no good. Look how he left her behind. Maybe he left her because her mouth was so damn wicked. She never speak life into him. She was disrespectful. He took her kids in that she had in previous relationships. She still disrespects. She let her kids disrespect him. You understand? We never talk about those things. So rise up, you women that are at ease, and hear God's voice, ye careless daughter. You know how some of you women are careless? You leave your children with your 80, 90-year-old grandmothers and you go to the club, and then you wonder why you come home and the house burned down. Or why your uncle, who you know ain't right, who touched you when you was a child, is touching your little girl or even your little boy. You ask yourself, why that happened? Why God let that happen? Because you was at the club. Because you was out there searching for love, searching for the next nut. That's what you was doing. And you don't want to admit it. You sisters do not like to admit that. It's always the man or the women don't deal with nothing. It's always the man ain't no good. He need to change. Well, as we change, and we are changing, what you gonna do? Rise up, ye careless daughters. Give ear unto God's speech. Go ahead, keep reading.
Verse 10. Many days and years shall ye be troubled.
Y'all lose. You end up with the child for 18 years by yourself. You lose. He said, many days and years shall ye be troubled. You're going to go through a lot of crap. You're going to have to endure a lot trying to raise that child by yourself. That ain't biblical. Nowhere in the Bible did God ever condone a woman raising a child on her own. You won't read it. But our sisters glorify it. Oh, that's my baby daddy. That's not an accolade. Oh yeah, that's just one of my baby daddies. That's a shame. That's a disgrace. Keep reading.
Ye careless women, for the vintage shall fail, the gathering shall not come.
Meaning you're going to have a hard time in your life. The gathering shall not come, meaning you always are destitute of things. If you got the food, you don't have the money for the light bill. If you got the money for the light bill, then you might not eat that night. It's always something. You're not meant to be by yourself, raising your children by yourself. Stop glorifying. Stop listening to Glorilla and Megan Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj, because statistics show 99.9% of y'all will not become millionaires. You will not. But there's a large percentage of you that will marry a man who may not be a millionaire, but he take care of you, he provide for you, he take care of your children, he protects you, he feeds you, he puts a house over a roof over your head. That's more, statistics show more that you're going to end up with a man like that than you're going to become a millionaire whore that's going to live a life like Nicki Minaj and Rihanna. You're not living that life. Let it go. So single parent statistics, highlights of statistics on single parent homes. This is in 2023, by the way. 80% of all single parents in the United States are single mothers. You lose. So y'all need to start saying, okay, what can I do to get out of being in that 80%? 52.9% of single mothers are millennials. Millennials. Our grandmothers and grandfathers, they were getting married. My grandfather got back from the United States military. He got back from war. He went to a party at the train station in Meridian, Mississippi. He saw my grandmother on the other side of the train station. They danced all night and got married the next morning. They were together for 45 years before they both died. That's what our grandparents was doing. Now, our women in the club. Our women got 30, 40 bodies on them, and they laughing about it. What was that rapping woman name? She said she had 2,000 sexual partners. Do you think she ain't got demons on her? You think she ain't messed up in the head? Oh, she messed up. For you to open your legs for 2,000 people, oh, you messed up. Y'all lose. Annual cost of child care is $10,000. That's 35% of a single parent income. $10,000 a year. You paying on child care. Well, guess what? You can't afford that. So who you leave your child with? Your cousin who got 7 kids, your child just to tag along, or your grandmother who's too old to watch them. Y'all lose. That's why the Bible says, rise up, ye women that are at ease. So y'all better start listening to God. Stop getting mad at us when we bring out the word of God. I know it hurt. I know it burned. But you better get right, or you going to be this statistic. All right, I mean my mic.
Y'all all right? Oh, pray to the Most High. Hey, look, y'all, I'm going to plug the room real quick. As y'all can see the topic, masculine moms versus absent fathers. Which is worse? So far, it's been a good conversation. We had a lot of people get their viewpoints and experiences, and we had the Bible, and we had Dion just go in. All right, so we just getting started, y'all. Make sure y'all contribute to the room, ping people to the room. Hashtag Biblical Smoke on Twitter with the topic. Copy and paste the link on your Facebook page, any social media you got, so we can get this room jumping even more than what it already is. All right, it's a good conversation tonight, y'all. Also, we got our email, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com, if you want to reach out to us. We got a welcome home booklet that we can send to you. We got various locations that you can get info about to possibly come and learn and fellowship with us. All right, so reach out to that email that's biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right, we're going to move on in the queue. The next person we got in the queue is Colette. Colette, you there?
Yes. So I just want to say, like, it's not really like a black woman or black male thing. It's because I was raised with my dad, and my mother, took care of me as well. But it wasn't a black woman or a black man issue. It was
Okay,
just
so
I was happy.
if it's not, then what's worse, the absent father or the masculine mom?
I believe it's the absent father because I have observed that when a male kid is raised with their dad, everything is different as opposed to a guy raised by their mother. I've seen, and me and my brother, we were raised by a dad, and the way my brother talks, the way my brother carries himself is way different from a parent that's absent. That's like the father.
I got a question.
And
I got a
yeah,
question. So your brother that you talking about, was it like a household split type of thing? Like the daddy takes some of the kids and the mama keeps some?
Right. So my
So
mom and my
so
dad,
he went
and
to
my
live with
mom
his
and my
daddy.
dad, my mom and my dad had three of us, and me and my oldest brother lived with my dad, and my second youngest brother lived with my mom.
And you said it's a difference between your brother that lived with your dad and your brother that lived with your mom.
Yes,
So
yes.
so question.
But I observed this with other people that were raised by their dad or had their dad in their lives. I observe people and I've seen it with my own eyes. They
Right.
speak different. They
I got a
carry
quick
themselves
question though.
different.
I got a
Uh
quick
huh.
question. So
Uh huh.
how come a lot of single mothers don't just let the child go live with the dad, especially if it's a son? Why they don't let the sons go and live with the dad? Why do they feel the need to hold on to the son if it's statistically proven that it's better off for them to grow up with the dad?
Well, my dad gave us no other choice. My mom, she was ready to just hand us to our grandmother, but my mom, my dad, he had no other choice but to raise us at the time.
Yeah, I think my question went over your head. But I got you though. I got you. Let's
The
move
answer
on.
is a paycheck.
We'll come back to you. Let's go to Darius. Brother Darius, how
Shalom.
you doing?
I'm alright, man. Shalom, everybody.
What you got on the topic?
Alright, man. I was raised by both my parents, but up until I was like 11, and they split up. And my mama, we lived with my mama for like, a year and a half, maybe. And I got two twin brothers, and I got an older sister. Our sister, the oldest. And man, we was staying in hotel rooms. Man, but my thing is the masculine woman, bro. Cause my mama let me and my brothers go live with my daddy, and we stayed. We grew up. Like, I moved to Texas after I graduated high school and everything. Like, and I got a family now. I'm a husband. Well, not on papers like officially yet, but that's on the way. On the way ASAP. But the type of father I want to be, I'm becoming that. Like, that's happening since I've been listening to y'all. Man, it's crazy. I can go all night about how my perspective on life and family and how it's supposed to go based on what I seen with my own eyes and what I experienced. The masculine woman is like, man, can you imagine a woman trying to be a man? Like, when you see a stud, no disrespect to the rainbow community or nothing like that, but when you see a lesbian, like, that's a stud, she want to be a man. When you see her right off the bat, you think like, oh, something ain't right. You know something ain't right about a woman trying to assert herself and act like a man. You acting, and a man knows you acting. So if a man is a man, like, mentally, and he know that, he not gonna deal with another man being in the house. That's the reason why a man is not okay with a woman being with another man. Why would you want to deal with a woman that's a man and she got a man plus another man, and then you got to deal with all these other men that she dealing with when she come home and it's just you and her? It's just you and her, and she want to be a man. She won't let the man be who he is. But me experiencing it as a child, I'm in a position now where I see how it affects my child and my daughter. Man, it's a beautiful thing. It's like when I see her, I see myself. Like I see how I was in a situation, and I'm looking at my parents, and I'm trying to figure out like why are they like that, and hearing how the Bible and everything like break it down. Now I see like, man, that's why you can't deny it. If you deny it, you are like you in some kind of, I don't even know how to say it without being disrespectful. Dang.
Hey, I feel you, bro. Hey, I'm with you. And again, I'm glad you're speaking from experience. But hey, you know, marriage
Yeah.
certificates ain't nothing but like $30, $40, bro. You need to go make that happen.
Go what?
You need to go make that happen.
Oh yeah, most definitely,
Like
man.
we could do that
It's the
tomorrow, man. That ain't nothing.
it's the license. My license suspended right now, but I'm working on that. But man, I just don't know how to articulate myself in a good way right now, because I ain't never talked to y'all before. I ain't never like spoke
Yeah.
with people
Nah, we
who
got
think
you though.
like,
We got
yeah,
you. We heard you. We get you.
oh
We
yeah,
get
for
you.
sure, man.
I'll
But
praise.
yeah, I'll praise that. Oh man, I had a question off topic, which is why I just got in and listening, man. But I watched the Shout Out Tuesday and Bishop Nathaniel, and it was these slave videos playing at the beginning. Was that real footage or that's a movie? And if it's a movie, what movie is that?
The most recent one, you mean?
Yeah, that was tonight.
Let me go look at it. I'll get back with you.
Okay.
Give me a second.
All right.
I'll praise. I'll praise.
Well,
All right. All right. Let's go to Odessa.
thank you.
Odessa, you there?
Shalom, shalom.
What
I'm
you
kind
got
of
on the top?
nervous. Uh, this topic is very emotional. Um, just brings up so many different feelings, but
Sister
I
Odessa.
would have to say that.
Sister Odessa. I'm sorry. I just want to say this to Darius. Don't miss your point. Darius, that's from Goodbye Uncle Tom. That's an old movie. It's called Goodbye Uncle Tom. All right.
Yeah, you can watch it on
Thank you.
YouTube.
Thank you.
You can watch it on YouTube. Go ahead, Sister Odessa. My bad.
I would have to say that. I think that an absent father would have to be worse, because for a woman, it's like without the father being there, it's like she has to feel both of those roles, like being a mother and a father in a way. um so like the father not being there is worse, because for one, like I said, the woman has to fill both shoes, she has to fill both roles, and the father is like the head. Like, I don't know how I'm trying to say. The father is the head. So the father is the head of both the mother and the child, right? So without that, it's like, what do you call it? A chicken with his head cut off. Like the woman is wandering around like a chicken with his head cut off in a way, because she's trying to find, like, okay, well, I gotta find stability here, and I gotta do this, then I gotta do this. It's like she constantly has to find a way. So it's kind of hard for her to be in a nurturing state, in a way, like I said, because she has to fill both of those roles. If that makes any sense. I think that also, just for the child, I think just having the man there would be better, especially if that man knows his role, and that is actually fulfilling his role as a man, as the role that God told him to have. Um.
Hey, Sister Odessa, just a question.
Mhm.
What real man wants to be with a masculine woman?
I don't think no real man wants to be with a masculine woman.
So worse. masculine woman or an absent father?
Um,
Because
I
woman,
mean, the
then
reason why I said a masculine, I mean,
yeah, it's kind of
a
like you
absent father.
say, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? If the woman masculine,
Hmm.
then a man ain't gonna want to be with her.
Right, right, right.
Or how? Why would the
Yeah,
father wouldn't be there? A masculine woman is gonna run away. Uh, the father, a real man ain't gonna want to deal with that. He gonna be like, I'm out. I can't deal with this.
right. That's true. Okay, so I didn't know we were coming from a place of um the father being there and them both being together. I thought that the question was which one is worse.
Yeah, yeah. Just getting all the
But,
angles.
oh, okay, okay, okay.
Getting all the.
Yeah, so definitely I definitely agree that a masculine woman is that's just a bad place for woman to be. She should be masculine at all. And a man does not want to be with a masculine woman at all. Um I think that, like I was saying, that for the whole perspective of which one is worse, I think that the man not being there is worry about that getting a call. I think that a man would have to, I mean, I'm sorry. I think that the woman would have to fulfill a role like, oh, I have to do this. Like I said, running around with her head cut off. She has to figure out how to do this, put food on the table. It's just like she has to go to that dominant state now. You know,
For how long though?
you said what now?
For how long? How long would she have to do that?
How long would she have to do that?
Hmm.
Yeah, and you know what?
Uh,
And
I don't know.
fathers become feminine because they have to be both roles. Because I always hear that women have to be masculine because they have to take both roles. But I mean, I know a lot of brothers that, well, I ain't gonna say a lot, but I do know some brothers that are single parents, and I haven't seen them become feminine yet. You know, they still have their role as men. I never saw them celebrate Mother's Day ever, but I've seen many women say I'm the mom and the dad that celebrate Father's Day. So it seemed like it's a lot of confusion when it comes to women raising kids by themselves as opposed to when men raise kids by themselves.
It. I definitely agree to that because okay, so my mom and my dad were together for a while. They split up or whatever, and when they split up, my mom would always say, "Well, I'm both the mom and the dad," and you know, it was always a strange position to be in to hear my mom say that and just to see how masculine she became because of the her for trying to fulfill his role. Like that's why I was saying like it's just harder trying to figure out, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like the woman trying to be basically fill both of those roles. She feels like she has to be in that place where she has to be masculine in a way. And well, I wouldn't say necessarily masculine, just in a state where she has to go out and do certain things that she wouldn't have to do if a man was over her. Like it's like she has to be more dominant now.
I hear you because I just never hear, we hear women all the time, say they don't need a man and stuff like that. You don't really hear men saying like, you know, I don't need my daughter don't need her mother. I can teach her about her period. I could tell her about tampons and pads and what all this different stuff. Yeah, I know about all that. You just never hear. I never, I've heard men like call their mom and be like, "Mom, I need you to help me out with this situation with my daughter because this and that." Women though, they'll be like, "I got this." you know and it's just a strange position, what I'm saying. And I think a sister named Mika G said something. We know all it's not 100% of the women, sis. But I'm not saying it's 100% of the women that do that. But like I said, I if we what they say, Lord willing, when we get to Father's Day, we're gonna see all the posts of women saying Happy Father's Day to me. And on Mother's Day, you ain't gonna see that. You ain't gonna see men doing that. So
True, true.
gotta be an issue with the women thinking that, well, they don't need a man. The women think that they don't need a man. So I don't know.
Hey, Judge.
Like you were. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Judge. Uh, women tend to take on a badge of honor to be a single mother, and they let the world know they're a single mother. And if a man is a single father, he just take on the role of the responsibility. He don't really just broadcast that because he has to be that father. It's just strictly business, taking care of that child. But a woman, she'll make it known that she's the single mother, and bottom line, she's a single mother parading men in and out the house looking for a man.
Hey, you right, because one of the brothers that I know that's a single father, I didn't know he was a single father. Like, he never like led with that. Like, yeah, I'm a single father. You just kind of find out. Like, you be like, hey man, you coming to such and such? It's like, yeah, I gotta find somebody to watch my kids. And you go like, well, well, what about his mom? It's like, well, now I take care of my kids by myself. And that's how you usually find out. With single mothers, like they are a Facebook posts, Instagram posts, TikTok videos. It's like it's crazy. And you're right. Men they just do what they got to do and just take care of business when it comes to that. But for some reason, the the consensus is that men don't take care of business. Black men don't want to take care of business. They this and that. But when you got a single father that's taking care of his kids, he just doing what he got to do. He ain't bragging about it. He ain't got it out there. He ain't, you know, look at me. It's a shame. I'm sure he don't want to
And
be a single father, and it should be a shame for the women. It should be a shame. It should be something that you don't want to glorify and talk about. Just take care of the business that you got to take care of, and put yourself in a position to where another man wants to help you, want to help take care of you and somebody else's kid.
yeah, and I wanna piggyback off what you were saying about how the man, if he's a single father, you don't hear him saying like, well, taking on both roles, or happy so-called Mother's Day to him, or Father's Day. Um, and I was thinking about that, like, I wonder if that's because the man naturally has this thing where he kind of what do you call it? He kind of he's naturally the dominant, and he's in that dominance. He's like a nurturer. Like, he's nurturing the wife, he's nurturing the children as well. So it's like, when the mother isn't there, or she's not in the picture or whatever, um it's not anything that's kind of like too foreign, because he's always had that position to be in rulership and like be dominant, to where he had to go out and do this and do certain things that the mother, who's now in a position who probably has never been in that position before, as a woman, now she has to be basically in that position to do dominant things and do certain things that she didn't have to do before. So, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for women to be masculine. I'm just saying, maybe it's just like a more easier shift for a man to be in like that role, if the woman isn't there, like a single parent, since he's already like a masculine, and God gives the man that whole visionary aspect, so it's easier for a man to like vision. I don't know.
Hey, you just made the point that women
Yeah,
need a man. Women
yeah.
need, and they need a man. They say all you can sing Beyonce all day. She married. You can say it all day. Cardi B all day. Cardi B married. And guess what? Meg got a man, and I bet she want to be married. She was married. She wouldn't have got shot in the foot. Mute my mic.
Hmm.
Hey, I just want to say, dealing with what the sister said, man. A lot of, and Judd and Nat hit on it. A lot of times it's self-inflicted on the sisters, them being in that predicament. Whether it's them, pushing the dude away, or even if he just leave because he just ain't SH. At the end of the day, if you are a good quality woman, you submissive, you sweet, you got good qualities. It's nothing to get a man. It's nothing to get a man that's willing to step in and marry you and be a father figure to your child. But you see a lot of these situations where women, they be single mothers for a long, long, long time, and that's accountability got to be taken on their part. Why are you a single mother for so long? Are you going all them years without being sexually active? Or you still being sexually active, you just ain't able to get a man to marry you. You know what I'm saying? And it goes back to what they were saying. Like, it's like a badge of honor. It's like bragging rights to be able to say you an independent woman and you holding it down and you don't need a man and you able to take care of you and yours without a man and all of that. And in your ignorance, you causing a child to suffer because you don't want to humble down and be able to, be that woman that'll get taken off the market, because that happens. So in the Bible, you have widows and stuff like that. Like, it ain't nothing for a sister to get picked up off the market again. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even got to be a baby daddy situation. If something tragic happened to your husband, you know what I'm saying? It's nothing for a sister to be taken off the market again if she a good woman. But the issue be, you know, being a masculine mama, being a masculine sister, you not gonna find no man once you in that predicament of not having no man. You know what I'm saying? When you could just do that, so that's accountability that gotta be taken on that part as well. But all praises, we move on in the queue. Appreciate you, sis, for your input.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Brother D. D, what's up with you, bro? Welcome to the stage.
Shalom, Mohai, and Christ bless. How y'all doing?
I'm good. What you got on the topic for us?
All right, so on the topic of masculine moms versus absent fathers, I'm gonna have to say that it's gonna be masculine moms that's worse. And in order to promote my idea, I want to start. So I'm gonna pull 5 scriptures and I'm gonna talk about them, then give a little spill at the end, if that's all right with you.
Heck, nah, bro. It ain't no
Scripture, bro. Come
it's
on,
the
man.
echo chamber.
Yeah, nah.
The echo chamber. And who ain't in the truth on the stage? We get everybody shalom, most high Christ blessed leadership. Like, nah, this ain't upload God laws. We want regular people. Please, Lord Jesus, help us out. Appreciate you, D. We'll appreciate you, bro. We do, but we need to hear from regular people. We gonna all be saying the same thing.
I'll stay a regular. I mean, I'm only 4 weeks in now.
Yeah, well,
Oh, yeah, you definitely ain't getting no 5 scriptures. You 4 weeks in. You are not.
Yeah, you just made it worse, bro.
Oh
You
God! Hey, let me reverse that.
mute your damn mic, bro.
Ah, damn shit.
All right, let's go to Warhammer. Yeah, you crazy. Let's go to Warhammer.
You might say John 3:16.
Shalom, Israel.
Right, he
Shalom.
giving bad counsel.
Shalom, leadership. Shalom, everybody.
What's up, man? You ain't trying to pull 5 scriptures either, are you? Or what? Alright.
Brother, left, right,
Damn, man.
I don't know if they're listening.
All right, let's go to Zahara. Sister Zahara, what you got on the topic? Zahara going once, going twice. All right, let's go to Lisa. Lisa, you there? Lisa Holloway going once, going twice. All right, Teddy Bear. Yeah. What you got
Good
on the
night.
topic?
Right to call another man teddy bear, bro.
That's a man?
That's a man.
Of course.
Oh, damn.
You can call
said
me
boy.
Teddy, man. You can call me Teddy or Ted.
Ted, yeah, Ted. What you got, Ted?
Masculine mom versus absent fathers. Which is worse? That's the topic. So masculine moms. He's asking me which is worse between absent fathers. Wow.
Yep.
I think
You went on mute.
what happened?
Hey, that was my bad. I hit the wrong button. Let me add them back up real quick. Hold on, hold on. Let me add them back to the thing. There we go. My bad, Ted.
Go ahead, Ted.
All right, my fault about that, man. I forgive you, whoever did it by mistake. I forgive you, man. Okay, so you asked the topic is worse, right? Masculine moms versus absent fathers. I think both of them are worse, but one that's way worse than the other one that would weigh more is the absent fathers. And the reason I say that is there's a lot of men out here that don't have their fathers in their lives and they don't know how to treat a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like they never had they haven't had the aggressiveness. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't know what to, they're missing a parent. So that was a lot of that will come with absent fathers. This is why a lot of fathers won't
Hey,
stick with
you said they
women
don't know how to,
because
you said they don't know how to treat a woman, but they raised by a woman.
they're raised by a woman. But you have to understand, a woman that's raising a boy to be a man is kind of hard because if that woman is not right within herself, how can you raise that man to be a man? You understand what I'm saying? You don't have that masculine other on the side. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So who would you think?
Or you want me to elaborate more?
Who you think does a better job at as a single parent? Who you think is the best outcome? Would it be a single father or a single mother?
Okay, a single mother would do a better job, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because a mother is always gonna show you love. Love gets you by in this world. You know what I'm saying? Compassion, being patient, because mothers are patient, right? Women are patient because they hold the baby in their stomach for 9 months. So I would go with a mother because I was also raised by my mother too as well. So I can tell you my love has gotten me far. But the
Okay,
negativity,
well, just letting you know, statistically, that's not true. Statistically, when you're raised by a single father, it's almost run you the same statistics when it goes to prison, when it goes to low self-esteem, health. It runs almost the same as if you were raised with both parents. When you're raised by a woman, it's pretty horrible. It's bad. You come with low self-esteem. The abortion rate, the prison rate, mostly comes from men and women that are raised by their mothers only. But statistically, being raised by a father only, you're a much better situation than if you're raised by a mother. Because what you just said,
what
uh,
can I ask you something, Mr. Jude?
when you said about love, right? Sometimes you don't need love. Sometimes you need, like a lot of women don't know the power in saying, "Wait till your daddy get." Like I remember when my mom used to say, "Wait till your dad get home," and I used to hear that damn Camaro pull up the driveway with them loud pipes. I already knew it was about to happen.
I'm dead ass.
I ran to the bathroom and I just sat on the toilet like I had a stomach ache. And he come knock on that door like, "Hey, come on out of that bathroom." I was like, "Dang!" I already knew what time it was. It wasn't gonna be fun. My dad was gonna talk to me for about an hour, then he was gonna wear my ass out. I don't know if the whooping was worse or the conversation, but it's power in wait till your daddy get home. And I already knew me and my brother knew what that meant. But
Let me ask you something, Jude. You mind if I ask you something? Can I ask questions?
yeah, go ahead.
So you was raised by your mom and dad?
Yes, both parents.
Okay, so respectfully, I don't think you would be in a mind to kind of explain why, if we get raised by a woman, it would be a bad outcome than getting raised by a man. You
Yeah,
understand? Because Lila,
that's why. But
you
hold on,
have both
hold on.
parents,
I didn't
so
get
we would.
what I thought. It's statistics to back that up. It's numbers to back that up. It's not what I think. It's not what I think. It's not like I think this is better or I think that is better. Statistics show that it's better.
And
And,
who's making those statistics? Where are we getting these scoreboards from?
all statistics. It's
Hey,
based
Jed.
off numbers.
Bruh.
You can look it up. I
Hey,
mean,
Jed. I grew up as I got
Okay,
raised
Mr.
by a
Drew.
single mother, and
Wait,
I see
hold on,
most.
hold
Hey
on, Nat.
Ted, hey Ted, hey
Generations.
Ted, hey Ted, hey Nat, basically a moderator too. He finna speak on his experience that you said Judd not necessarily qualified to. So let him speak. Go ahead, Nat.
Right, right. As I said, I got raised by a single mother and grew up in the projects. And one thing I saw in the projects is that single mothers, it becomes generational curses of being a single mother and raising to their children. I seen single mothers stay in projects for 20, 30, 40 years, never leave. And their children uh, grow up, have babies, and they in the same uh, position. You have mothers, grandmothers, daughters, all from the same family in the same projects. You don't see things like that happen with single fathers. You're gonna see a projects full of single fathers.
Can I
Fathers,
ask you a
when
question, Nat?
go ahead.
Okay.
hey,
To
real quick,
piggyback off
Ted, before I forget this. I mean, Ted. Hey, Nat. You know what? I watched a single father that had to raise his son because the mother was kind of mentally unstable. I watched this man go from homeless to a boarding house to being married and living in his own house. I watched it. I watched him go from step to step to step to step to step. And guess what? And he still had to pay child support. He was paying child support for the son that he kept 100% of the time. And this man went from homeless to right now he married with two other kids and he living in a house. I watched this happen with my own eyes. So, and what you talking about with that project, mother, grandmother, daughter, niece, all living in the same projects. I seen it. I seen it. So I don't understand. But go ahead, Nat.
Yeah, that ain't love.
Ain't no love in that. That's the
Right.
government. My
Nat.
dad.
Nat, can I still ask you
Right.
that question?
Go ahead and ask the question.
Okay, so what I was saying is, could you say, could you agree? I don't know if you was here before when I was talking, brother Drew. Could you agree that if a single mother is not right with herself, she cannot raise a young man by herself or kids by herself and still have that generational curse. Because remember, you said that's what brings the generational curse: the single moms that are on welfare that won't get out or do something. So could could we say that if the woman had a right mind state and know what she wanted for her kids, and she strived hard and she hustled hard to to make a pavement for her kids, could you say it was a possible chance that he or she that was raised from that single mother could make a better outcome for he or she self?
I mean, we're there are single mothers that probably raise excellent kids. There's no doubt in my mind that there are single mothers that did exactly what they had to do and raise good kids. I've seen that also. But the numbers say that kids that are raised by their mother only are far worse than kids that are raised in two-parent households or raised by their fathers. That's what we're saying.
Of course, I agree with that. And look, I don't disagree. But what I want to tell you is, as a kid, when you grow up, kids learn. So when you learn and you see the struggle of your parents, kids are way smarter than what you think. Like my daughter's 10, she's gonna be twice as smarter than me. and then her kid is gonna be quadruple smarter than me and her. So as generation go by, these kids learn. So I knew that my mom was poor growing up. So you got to find ways around it to to come from it. Yeah, of course, she's a single parent. I didn't have the luxury of my mom coming to any sports, that I played like other parents, vice versa. That I have both mother and dads. When I performed by myself, I was alone, but I had a single mom that was working hard at doing what she was doing best, and that was
Hey,
making me
Teddy,
survive.
Can
hey
I?
Teddy,
I'm
Teddy
sorry.
is your Teddy
I'm
is your daughter? Are you married to her mother, or is her mother a single mother?
Yo, Mr. Dion, for some reason my energy is telling me you still remember me from yesterday, but I'm gonna answer that question for you if it makes you feel good. You know what I mean?
What you saying? What you saying? I'm supposed to remember your story? That what you saying?
Yeah, it's emotional. When you're raised by your mom, you emotional.
Right. I mean, we talk to thousands of people every night.
All right, so
But
let
go
me
ahead.
ask you a question now. Let me ask you a
Can I
question.
ask you? Can I ask? I'm sorry. I know it's not my turn,
Well,
but
just your turn,
I
sis.
have.
Yeah, wait your
I
I
turn,
kind of,
wanna.
sis.
Okay.
I kind of want to hear what she got to say. Honestly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lulu,
ladies first.
Lulu.
Ladies
So
first.
okay. My
Yeah,
name is
yeah,
Karina.
definitely raised by his mother.
Lulu.
Go ahead, Lauren.
My name is Karina. I'm La Mommy Fears. I understand everyone's opinion, and this is not about who's right or who's wrong. This is about how your by your experience. So some people that was raised by a single mom, some other people was raised by a single father. The only thing that I could say is by you raise your child how you was raised. So some families that was raised some children's they raised by they family. They could have their parents around, but they could still feel the emptiness. You understand? I'm in the medical field, and I'm a medical assistant. I'm studying to be a nurse, and I'm also going to school for psychology. Graduating in June this year. Thank God. The only thing that I could say that from my experience, I was raised in environment with the family. I think about family is love because my parents they together for more than 45 years, 50 years. But I'm also a single mom. And I always ask myself, why if I was raised by a happy family? You understand? But then again, the future showed me the other side that some people um by the way they was raised, that's how they teach their children. So my baby father was raised by a single mom. His father died young. His father died very young. He didn't grow up with his father. He grew up with different men or whatever, and that's how he grew up. So he didn't know. Some people don't growing up and they don't know how to love. So as a mother and single mother that was raised as a family, I trying my best to show my kid how to love a woman because that's very important. If you don't show your child how to love a
I
woman,
agree.
it's gonna be very bad in the future.
Well,
Because
real
if you
quick,
if you if you if
real
you
quick.
if
Let
you
me
tell
jump in
if you
real
tell
quick.
if you tell your child
Let me jump in here real quick. A woman can't tell a man how to love a woman. Because a woman doesn't understand the mindset of a man. She doesn't understand how a man thinks. She doesn't understand how, when a man looks at a situation and a woman looks at a situation, we see two completely different things. There's no way a woman can show a man how to love a woman. It's not going to work because she's looking at
Okay.
the mindset of a woman. Women and men are wired differently. It's different. She can't do it because if we gave our women everything that they wanted, we'll be messed up. The brothers on here that's married, that's got wives, They know. I know Emmanuel got a wife, Dion got a wife, King married, Zeke married, Nat married. Who else on here? Let me look and see. I don't know who else married out of everybody else that's on here, but I know the brothers on here. Y'all all know that if we gave our wives everything that they wanted, every move that they wanted to make, we went to their beck and call, we would be messed up. We would be in a bad situation. As men that's married, we all know this. Men that take care of business, we all know that if we gave our wives everything that they wanted and every decision that they wanted to make, we went that way, we would be in very bad situations. So a woman cannot tell a man how to love a woman because they don't understand.
I agree with you.
What they going
I agree with you,
hold on,
brother.
Teddy. What they gonna tell Judge, you on point, because what a woman, this is what a woman is gonna teach her son when she talk. Because when the sister say a man don't know how to love a woman, no, she's saying, what you're actually saying is you want your son to be what your baby father wasn't. That's what you're saying. So whatever shortcomings your baby father had that you perceived, you're gonna teach your son to do those same things. But those things are not conducive to a successful relationship. What's conducive to a successful relationship is how God says a man is supposed to love his wife. And these are the things that many of you brothers and you sisters, and this is why Biblical Smoke is titled the way it is, because of course we use the Bible. Now, if you don't believe the Bible, you're in the wrong room. But if you believe in the Bible, if you believe there is a God, then you have to accept that the way God says a man is supposed to love his wife is the way that it's supposed to be. And a lot of y'all got it twisted. So now you want your son you want to mold your son into the man that you
That's it.
always wanted.
That's
And
it.
not, hold on, bro, I'm speaking. What's wrong with this guy? I'm talking.
He's raised by
So what I'm saying is, you're good. These women, a lot of times when they say a woman has to teach her son how to love a woman, what women are actually saying is, I want you to be what I wanted a man, what I want in a man. But that's not necessarily conducive to a successful relationship, like I mentioned. So God tells a man how he's supposed to love his wife. I'm gonna read it. 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 7. This is how a
First,
man loves his wife according to the Bible.
First Peter chapter 3, verse 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge,
So
giving
did it say likewise ye boyfriends?
likewise ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge.
So first of all, a relationship consists of a husband and a wife. That's the way the Bible has it set up. Now, there is a period when you prove each other, meaning you get to know each other, you court, but there's no sex during that time. It's not supposed to be any sex. It's not supposed to be any y'all alone, he grabbing your ass, y'all kissing, none of that. That's not biblical. Okay, you won't read that in the Bible. So, first of all, it says, likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them, meaning your wife, according to knowledge. Go ahead.
Giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered.
So it says, likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge. So the Bible tells you what knowledge is. The one thing about the Bible, the definitions are already within it. You don't have to guess what what God means when he says certain things. Dwell with your wife according to knowledge means this. Give me that.
Malachi chapter 2, verse 7. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
So when it says dwell with your wife according to knowledge, it means dwell with your wife according to God's commandments, his law. God has laws in the Bible that tells you how to deal with your wife. See, a lot of times y'all don't want to hear that because society has portrayed it where happy wife, happy life. That ain't biblical. If I ain't happy, ain't nobody happy in this thing. You understand that? The husband comes first, and it's how it's always been. But what has happened is in the process of time, the white man has put into your mind that you come first, and that ain't in the Bible. So now, when you say, I'm gonna teach my son how to love a woman, you talking about Jaheim. You better put that woman first. That ain't in the Bible. Now give me Genesis 3. This is what a husband's supposed to teach his wife. Genesis 3:16.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 16. Unto the woman, he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. And sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
So a lot of women don't want to hear that. I'm gonna give you a quick background story. Adam and Eve. Adam was created first from the dust of the ground, and then the Lord put him to sleep and took his rib out and made his wife. And he gave her the name woman because woman means from man. You literally need a man because you was created for a man from a man. That's why your name is one man, because you're from us. When you say you don't need us, you out of order. I don't need no
Correct.
man. I'm Mr. Independent. No, you're wrong. You're out of order. So the Bible says that the Lord greatly multiplied the sorrow of the woman, and in sorrow she bring forth children. This is why women have menstrual
Can I say
cramps.
something?
And this, I'm not finished. I'm speaking. The Bible says that a woman has menstrual cramps and has sorrow when she brings forth children because your ancestor, your foremother Eve, did not listen to her husband. So now that has plagued all women with these pains. Those pains are a reminder that all of your desire falls on your husband, meaning you love what he loves. Your desire is his desire. You want sex, that comes from your husband. You want money, that comes from your husband. You want a house, that comes from your husband. You want food, children, that comes from your husband. That's what the Bible is saying. And it says he shall rule over thee, meaning he has the last say. He controls the relationship. But many of you sisters don't like that type. Y'all don't like that type of talk. Y'all want the Miss Independent. I can do bad all by myself. I run a relationship. And that's why your relationships are failing. You've become too masculine. And it doesn't matter how you was raised, because I've seen brothers that come from a single parent household where they were raised by their mothers learn these scriptures and change his life completely and become a great father and a great husband. I've seen women raised in a single parent household with only her mother, and I've seen her become a wife and become a mother and become a great wife. I've seen that happen, so it can happen. So let's throw out the window how you was raised, because if you weren't raised in this Bible like I wasn't, you're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna do dumb stuff. You're gonna have issues in your life. But you must, and in your age, as you come into rooms like this, you must humble down
Right.
and listen to what the scriptures is saying, so that you can better your relationship in the future. Like the sister mentioned, she's in nursing school. That's excellent. Get your degree. Set yourself up for a career. But when you come across a man that's godly, the only way to truly attract him is you must become a godly woman. You must be prepared to be the weaker vessel and submit unto him. If you don't do that, you might end up with a man, but he gonna be no good. Not according to scripture. So
Correct.
go back to
Correct.
First Peter. I'm speaking, bro. What's wrong with this guy?
When you gonna
I'm
let someone else
talking.
get a chance though? Like you've been speaking for
I'm a
quite some time
moderator.
now.
Yeah,
I'm a
like I want to
moderator for
speak. Like I want to
Fever, whatever
speak
your name
my
is. I'm a
opinion,
moderator.
and
If you
nobody,
don't
and
like it, jump
nobody.
off the stage. If
Yeah,
you don't like it,
they got a leave
get off the
quietly.
stage.
Got a leave quietly button. You can push it
Yeah,
anytime.
get off the stage.
Yeah,
I'm
I
edifying.
want to speak, and
That's your
nobody
I'm
wants
problem.
to
simply
No,
speak.
no,
asking to
stop,
let
Like,
stop.
others
Hold
what's
up,
talk.
going
hold up,
on
hold up,
here?
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up,
Like,
hold up, hold up,
everybody got to listen to
hold up,
different
hold up,
opinions.
hold up, hold up, hold up,
Yeah.
hold up, hold up, sister. One thing you're not going to do in this particular room, you're not going to overtalk a man. You're not. If you don't like it, go to the crowd. We are giving you game. This is why many of you sisters are single. This is why many of you sisters don't got a man. Only thing a man can do for you is blow your back out. That's it. And then when you're 35, you got a kangaroo pouch that a whole grown 6'8" man can jump through. And then you're mad at all men because you can't get a good one. This is why, because y'all talk too much. Y'all don't want to listen. You want to speak. Let me speak. I want to say something. No, you talking got you in the position that you're in. We're trying to help you in your future get with that godly man that's going to respect you and take care of you. You don't want that. You just want to speak. Now, let me finish my point. Go back to 1 Peter chapter 3. Never cut me off again. I'm speaking. 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 7. Read it again.
1 Peter chapter 3, verse 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge,
So y'all don't
giving
even know what that, y'all stop. You don't even know what that is. It says, likewise, ye husbands. Y'all don't know what a husband is. You never had one. And if you did have one and you don't have him now, that means you did something stupid and he left you. So I'm showing you how to get a husband. The Bible says, if you do get a husband, he gonna dwell with you according to knowledge. Man, he gonna give you the scriptures. You couldn't be my wife. If you talk over the Bible in my house, you're done. So
Can
the
I ask you
Bible
something,
says,
Mr. Dion?
no, you cannot ask me. I'm
I'm not a
talking.
man. I can't ask you a question.
You're not a man. Okay, well, go to the crowd. Not a man. You said it exactly right. You are not a man. The hell?
Yeah, and you're a bitch. Grow up.
All right, we're gonna holler at you, Fever. That's why you got
No,
a kangaroo.
but
That's why you got a
you
stretched
don't let
out. That's why
people
you got a
speak
stretched out
and
kangaroo pouch. That's why you in the club searching for love, getting drunk, popping bottles. That's why. That's why y'all single mothers. That's why y'all lonely at night. And the only men that come over to your house is the one that want to blow your back out. And by the time you wake up in the morning, he gone. That's why you live that life, because you talk too damn much. So you can call
but
me a
we
bitch
not
all you want, but I'm a bitch with a wife and kids. You understand?
listen.
My
We're
wife
not
happy.
here
She's
to
sitting right
fight.
over
We're
there.
not here
I'm
to
talking.
fight.
Long mommy, whatever. Sister, relax. Don't be like Fever. Learn from her
No,
mistake.
I'm
What I'm
not.
showing you is, and what I keep trying to show you is, but you cut me off. That's how I know you ain't listening. You missing out on all this game, and you're gonna go continue to make the same mistakes. And the only validation that you're gonna have is your career and your degree. That's your only validation. Oh, I got a PhD. Oh, I'm doing well. Oh, I got money. Yeah, but you're lonely. So I'm trying to show you how to get out of that. If you shut up for 10 seconds, you will learn, or 10 minutes, however long I decide to take.
But you didn't let me. You didn't let me talk.
I did let you talk.
I'm
You spoke.
listening.
You did
I'm
a whole
listening to
spiel. That's
everyone.
why I'm able, sister. You did a whole spiel, and we listened, and nobody cut you off. Now I'm talking, and you're agitated.
Go
That's
ahead,
how I
talk.
know. Now
I'm
stop.
gonna listen. All right, go
Stop.
ahead,
Oh,
listen. I'm
thank you.
listening. Go ahead,
Thank you.
talk.
Thank you. So you can learn.
Go
Thank you
ahead.
very much. I appreciate that. I didn't need permission, but
Thank you.
still, I appreciate that.
Okay,
Go
go
back to
ahead,
1
talk.
Peter 3 and 7. Go back to 1 Peter 3 and 7. You ever notice single mothers that have sons never let men talk? Because they're used to telling their sons, shut up, be quiet. Mommy gets the last say so. Not here. Read it again.
likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife, as unto the weaker vessel.
Stop. So a husband is going to give honor unto you as the weaker vessel. I mean, he's going to be patient with you. He's going to deal with you right. I don't cuss my wife out. I don't disrespect her, put my hands on her. None of the men on this stage do. But when a woman is combative and over talking, and that's when you got to raise your voice, like what we doing. Like, yo, relax. I'm talking. So now the Bible says you deal with her as a weaker vessel, giving honor unto your wife. How do you honor her? When you show her what the scripture says and you lead her and guide her in the scriptures, not according to the white man's couch that you sit on when you're going through something in your life. You go through a psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever. Not talking about that. I'm talking about biblical things, spiritual things. This is conducive to a good relationship. Go ahead.
And as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered.
See, the back and forth that we just saw, if I was married to one of you sisters and I was speaking and you cut me off, God says our prayers would be hindered. We praying for a house, God not gonna honor that. We praying for a better financial situation, God's not going to honor it because you won't respect me enough to let me speak. That's why you keep making these same hiccups in your relationship. You don't understand what God says about it. You and your husband have to agree on one accord, and you have to allow him to lead you, and he has to deal with you according to what the scripture says, in order for God to hear your prayers as y'all pray for them jointly. We together in this. You're not by yourself. You're not going to pray for something. but you disrespect me. Matter of fact, when you read the Bible, I got one more scripture. Give me Numbers 30 about if your wife pray. Numbers 30, I want to say it's 13 or something like that. When your wife is praying. Let me show you something. This is why the husband and the wife have to be on one accord. This is why you women can't be cutting men off when they speaking, because you're going to do the same to your husband. Give me that real quick.
Numbers.
Verse 7.
Yes, sir.
Start
Numbers.
at 6.
Yes, sir.
Listen
Numbers chapter
close.
30.
Listen close. Listen close.
Numbers chapter 30, verse 6. And if she had at all an husband, when she vowed or uttered aught out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul.
So if a woman's praying to God and she make a vow to God, God, I vow to do this. God, I vow to do that. And she bound her soul under that vow. Go ahead.
And her husband heard it.
And her husband, while she's praying to God, her husband walk in the room and he overhears her making a vow to God. Go ahead. Oh, now she's on the phone. Lord Jesus. Go ahead.
And held his peace at her in the day that he heard it. Then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand.
So if your husband heard it and he said, okay, I ain't gonna say nothing. Go ahead. You bound. Go ahead.
But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of none effect, and the Lord shall forgive her.
So you missed some of it, sis. That's how you got on the phone. You missed a little bit of it. But basically, in a nutshell, what it's saying is if your wife is praying for something, or if your wife makes a vow to God that she's gonna do something, and you hear it as a man and you allow that prayer to go through, the Bible says she's going to be bound to it. Meaning she's going to have to do whatever she prayed to God that she was going to do. Now, on the flip side, if you overheard your wife praying for something that you don't agree with as a husband, and you come in and say, Lord, don't hear that prayer, the husband has power over his wife to tell God not to hear her prayer, and God will say, I ain't hearing it then, because her husband said not to hear it. They don't teach you this in church. That's why you don't know what a husband truly is. This is why your prayers are hindered, because y'all not on one accord. You praying for something and the husband know your ass ain't gonna do that. So he said, Lord, she ain't gonna do that. Don't hear that, Lord. So when the Bible says that you must be joint heirs of the grace of life and that your prayers be not hindered, that means you gotta deal with him like the Bible says, and he has to deal with you like the Bible says. I mean my mic.
This is Lisa. I'm back in the room if anyone can hear me.
Hey, Shalom, sis. And we gonna get right to you. Let me just plug the room real quick. Hey, make sure everybody hashtag biblical smoke on Twitter with the topic. Masculine moms versus absent fathers, which is worse? Tonight so far, it been a lot of smoke. It been a lot of good, good viewpoints, a lot of good points made or whatever. So, hey, don't be shy. If you got something to throw in there, go and come up to the stage and throw your 2 cents in there, all right? And get edified. Just make sure y'all review the rules of the room and the 3 dots in the upper right hand corner. It's no speaking out of order. You don't overtalk the moderators. You follow the rules, everything will go smooth. All right. But we also got our email, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. You can reach out to us. We got a welcome home booklet that we can send to you and many other things. All right. So get in contact with us. If you want to link up with us on another level, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right. Let's go to Lisa.
Hi, thank you. So sticking to the topic, I believe the absence of the father is worse. And I say this because I was a single mom and I was raising 3 children, but I'm gonna focus on my son. I struggled with raising him because, one, as you all stated, I'm not a man. I don't know how a man thinks. And when I was trying to rear him, I was doing exactly what you all said. I was trying to make him into the man I thought, and I'm sorry, I was trying to make him how I felt a man should be.
It
And this is
is.
without the guidance of
It says,
scripture. Yes.
can we backtrack a little bit?
Mhm.
So just before you got to the point where you had to raise the son without the father, what happened? How did the father exit?
Uh, I'm gonna put it on me. Poor choices in men. I was young and doing things I had no business doing without understanding. So within that, and within the relationship though, he and I really didn't have a real connection other than physically. So it started off wrong. And I know that now, even though I didn't know it then.
All right, carry on.
Okay. So, with that being said, I was attempting to. I felt the man should be the provider, the protector, the leader of the home. I mean, I am a submissive woman, but I was doing it all wrong. I didn't have that guidance of scripture with me. So even though I called myself instilling all these values, it came to a point where he became a man. He became a young man. And because I am such a soft spoken woman, I had to become aggressive. I didn't turn into like I wasn't a man or anything like that, but I had to become stronger with my voice, even with the way I handled punishments and things like that when I was raising my son. And so I essentially had to be that authority figure to him, and I had to. Have him to a point where he was listening to me all the time and not anyone else in his head to try to turn him away from where I was trying to guide him to. That was a struggle for me. I struggled very hard to the point whereas by the time he became 13, I actually reached out to his father, like, hold on. I can't keep doing this. This part is not my job. You're supposed to be here. You're supposed to be helping things like that. So when it comes to guidance, leadership, teaching the young man the values of God and Himself, and all the things that I've learned over these years. It takes a man to do that, not a woman, because as you all stated, the woman is led by the man. So how can I lead a man, even though it's my son? I still can't lead him and show him life. I yield my mic.
Any of you moderators want to deal with that?
See, that's the humility I'm talking about. And I don't know if the sister's married, but I pray she get a good husband. That's the humility we talking about. Y'all sisters think y'all know. You don't know. Your life and your track record shows that you don't know what the hell you talking about. And the best thing for you to do is shut up and listen. You only the men that you're over talking are literally putting you on game on how to become a wife, how to attract a godly man. I know thousands of godly men who have jobs, who take care of their households, who are responsible. You understand? I know thousands of them, but they not getting with none of y'all. Not you loud mouth, wanna bump chest, glorilla ratchets. Dinkleberries in your black panties. Man, get the hell out of here, man. Ain't nobody trying to do all that. Don't no man want to fight the world, then come home and fight you. I ain't doing that. I'm going to come home and you going to give me what I need and be quiet. And when I decide to speak and when I decide to talk to you and we have a conversation, then that's what it's going to be. That's what a man wants. Y'all don't know what pleases a man. Y'all only want to, a lot of y'all sisters are very, very selfish. This is why these men be losing weight, drugged out, because of women like y'all that talk too damn much. Give me that in Sirach 26 where it says the love of, what said, the kindness of a wife fatten his bones, something like that. Let me show you what the Bible say. You want to love your husband and take care of your husband. You want to be submissive and righteous. This is the room for you. But if you want to be a ratchet and you want to overtalk men and disrespect the prophets of God, it don't work here. We will throw your ass off the stage with the quickness. We're not playing with you women. Y'all better come with respect like the sister just did, with humility. That's how you going to get honor from the mighty men of the Lord. It is what it is. Read.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 26, verse 13. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones.
The Bible says your discretion, meaning your wisdom to make the right decisions, know when to be quiet, when to be submissive, when to speak. The Bible says you're going to fatten his bones. That brother going to gain weight because of how you cooking for him, how you taking care of him. When I come home, I ain't got to do nothing. Literally, I don't have to do nothing. Unless it's take the trash out or do something manly around here, paint or put up some sheetrock or something like that, something my wife ain't supposed to be doing. When I come home, I ain't doing nothing. My wife take care of me. You understand? As soon as I walk through the door, that's how it's supposed to be. When I come home, it's food cooking. My daughters meet me at the door. Guess what my wife teaching them? How to cook, how to take care of their daddy. Hey, get daddy some water. Get daddy something to drink. Bring daddy his chair. You understand? Bring daddy his pillow he like. All day. But you sisters, you don't want to do that. You don't find honor. You don't find solace in serving a man. You just don't. And that's why you single. And that's why you have man after man after man that you allow to enter into your body. And I'm telling you, a lot of y'all women think you playing men. They are playing you. A lot of you women out here that call yourself players. Oh yeah, I got this dude. This one take care of the light bill. This one take care of my car note. This one look good, so I like to show him off. This one over here. They all hitting you. Can't you see you the one that's getting abused? But the world has taught you that no, you getting over. You're not getting over. You're not his main chick. You his side piece. He playing you. So and if you women don't want to get right, and you're gonna miss out on all the good men, and you're gonna have to settle for the simp when you're 45, 50 years old, settle for the simp who's willing to take you in with your 5 badass kids, disrespectful ass kids. That's what you're gonna have to settle for when you're older. Why? Because you don't want to deal right like God says. I want one more scripture. Give me that in Sirach. I want you to read the same chapter, Sirach chapter 26, read verse 14. Watch what this says.
Verse 14. A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
The Bible says a mind well instructed. What does it mean to instruct? That means you're teaching. You teach your wife. You show her how to love you. You show her what it is you want, what it is you like. And guess what she do? She submits. We always make fun of Coming to America when the sister said, he said, what kind of music you like? She said, whatever you like. What kind of foods you like? Whatever you like. My whole life I've been made to serve you. And we made fun of that. They made light of that. Then he come all the way to Queens and get with the independent black woman who don't need him for nothing. And that's the one you fall in love with? Are you crazy? That's the way the world, I'm telling you, y'all messed up. Y'all minds are messed up. You better humble down like that last sister that was just speaking. Shout out to that sister. I hope she stay in the spirit. Amen. Read it one more time.
A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord.
Silence go a long way. I don't feel like hearing all that when I first get home from my job. I don't feel like hearing all that. Don't nag me when I walk through the door. No man wants to hear that. We want silence. You know when to speak. And when you do speak, get to the point. Stop going 12 hours trying to tell it. Look, I don't want to hear all that. Get to the point. What happened? How much money I got to spend? I don't want to hear all that. The Bible says a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. That is a gift from God. Sister, you a gift from God when your mouth shut. Damn. Go ahead.
And there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
When you able to be instructed, when your husband give you specific instructions, I want this done like that, and when I get home, I want that done like this, and make sure she do this, and make sure he do that, and when I get home, we'll take care of the rest. And then I come home, and it's executed perfectly. There's no money that I can spend, or there's nothing that I can give you financially that would equate to that. That's better than money. A wife that submits and that is instructed. All right, so shout out to that last sister. Y'all better learn from her. I mean my mic. Hey, shalom, Malachi Z. Most High Christ bless you. Z be real. Shalom, Most High Christ bless.
Hey, shalom to all you men of God. Most High Christ bless you.
All praise to the Most High. All praise. I got some mighty men on stage. Are you all doing popcorn style? Nah, bro, you was next. You was next in the queue, Okay. bro. All right. All praise to the Most High. What's up? What you got? All praises, man. Shalom to all. Yes. So, masculine
moms versus absent fathers, which is worse. Absent fathers, because the father provides protection, guidance, leadership. The father provides skills of survival in this world. And so, the mother is very important. Ideally, we want to have both parents in the home because she's able to teach those soft skills of nurturing and those passive traits, which are also needed for balance. But we're dealing with just the absence of one or the other. When the father is absent, it is definitely more devastating. And so, the mother, there are certain responsibilities, and of course, the sister that went before me, she laid it out so perfectly. When raising children, you're gonna have to be stern and assertive, and not allow them to get their way. And so, the woman, many times, because she has to do certain things to make sure that the family stays like she, so they're gonna be more susceptible to be deceived and to be lured into other stuff, because it's easy to trick a woman. And so, like, that, there's not going to be that protection, that the children are going to be as protected as they should be, because that portal is open. As far as like guidance, even spiritual guidance, and many times, if she's a Christian, she might take them to the church, and then the pastor may become like like a guidance for them, or she's always gonna try to look for a man to be that role that the actual father is supposed to be. And sometimes it doesn't work, because especially if it's a son, that relationship with that man can be like combative, where your son becomes jealous because he's not getting the attention that he wants from you, or that
Hey,
other man doesn't know how to deal with the situation. And
hey,
so
land your plane for us, big bro.
yeah, so in a nutshell, fathers, when fathers are absent, it is definitely a worse situation.
Right? Any of the moderators want to speak on that in response to the brother?
Oh man, this is Eddie Cope. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. I think that
Eddie, you ain't no
it's
moderator, man. I was I was asking the moderators if
oh
they
my
want to
bad, man. I'm
respond
sorry
to the
about that,
brother
man. My bad,
first.
y'all. My bad, man. My bad.
Oh, praise to the Most High. So yeah, Light said,
Fever Phase, Levi. By the way, Fever Phase. She's Levi.
all right. So did nobody want to comment on what the brother said? The brother said it's
Nah, you
worse
good.
when a father misses. All right, all praises. All right, we'll move on to Nelson then. Shalom, my brothers. How y'all doing this evening? We good, man. We good. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good, man. What's your Yeah, thoughts on the topic? I think the masculine women are the worstest, man. You know, I've been married now 31 years, man. And I couldn't imagine being with a woman that I come home telling me to cook after I done worked all day. You know, I couldn't imagine it, man. That's why it ain't in my house right now. But I think that these modern day times, man, our women or these women that's really on this line right now,
They don't understand that right now it's a new era finna come out. God's kingdom is finna be on the earth. And most of you women, y'all don't realize y'all ain't gonna make it unless y'all do it God's way. You know, I want to share a scripture right quick, man, from the book of Proverbs, man, in chapter 14 and verse 1.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 1. Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands.
You know, you can't build a house without a man up in the house. Now, you women think that y'all doing something on this earth. God didn't institute a man to be alone, nor did he want a woman to be alone. So you women gonna have to bow down to a man. You feel me? In order to build a house, it's a man and a woman. When I was living with my mother and my father, I got both of those attributes in my life. My mother gave me some of the greatest wisdom I can ever receive from a woman. But also, too, my dad gave me a model of how it is to be a man. Like, he put me out of his house when I wasn't doing the things that I needed to do in order to represent his name. You carry your father's name. You women carry your mother's name. And it's a shame that you don't think you need a man in your life and really a man of God. You know, you guys got to think about this new game in town. Get with this new program. Love God and keep his commandments. I mute my mic.
All righty then. All praises, bro. We with you. We with you. I come in real quick on a thing with the enlightenment. You can respond to this.
I want to ask you.
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
All right.
So, like, because I think maybe the verses is kind of going over some people's head. Some people really not considering the totality of a masculine mother. So let's just put it like this. Let's say you got your mom and your daddy, they married, and your father, he died. And your mother is a widow. Therefore, you have an absent father. But your mother is still a good mother. She God-fearing. She, with her being God-fearing, she congregates. She puts you around other men of God. So you grow up with a good mother that fears God, and she got you around men of God. As opposed to you having a masculine mother. With her being masculine, apparently she doesn't fear God. She's not aligning with the Bible. You're not going to get a real man to stick around with that, and you stuck to be raised by that. What situation is worse? Putting it in its proper perspective, which one is worse? Like
The masculine. Like, you actually read my mind because I was just about to pose that question. So yeah, the worst scenario is the masculine woman that is single, because the widow, she was under the leadership of a man, and there are situations that happen outside of her control that cause her to be without guidance. And so she did the right thing by actually seeking covering, to continue to have that protection of a God-fearing man. And so she's actually in alignment with her purpose.
all praise, all praise. All right, let's move on. Let's see what Sister Anuka got to say. Anuka, welcome to Biblical Smoke. I hope I'm saying your name right. Anuka.
Yes, sir. Shalom, all praises.
What you got on the topic for us?
Well, first off, sir, I just wanted to apologize for that lady being completely out of order. So, for behalf of my sisters, please forgive us. But for my thoughts, I think that a masculine woman is way worse than an absent father, and the reason why I say that is because I was raised by a single mother,
And my mom talked like mad crap about my dad. You know, saying like, you know, don't, and she raised me to not trust black men, that black men ain't shit, that, you know, they ain't gonna do this, they not gonna do that. And so for me, I don't know, I guess I was a weird child. I used to always watch like Bewitched and Good Times and all that. You know, and watch the women and how they treated their husbands, because again, you know, coming from a broken family, I always wanted to know what it was like to have a family and to be, you know, with a family. And so I appreciate what you men are on the stage doing. I'm here, you know, taking my notes, and I just pray that a lot of us women just be more humble and tear down that pride and just listen, because I feel like at the end of the day, a lot of women, we want to be married, but I don't know, I don't even know, sir, but I land my plane with that.
Oh, praises, sis. Any of the moderators want to respond to the sister? All right. Y'all see we got a video pinned up at the top. Y'all want to check that out as it pertains to the topic: why single moms are the worst parents. And we had a brother come up earlier named Ted. His name was Teddy Bear or something, and he was a real emotional brother. But one thing that he said, he was on the side of, you know, the absent father being worse because his mother raised him and he turned out good. But yet, you know, he was super emotional and couldn't control his spirit while on the stage. But I said that to say, you know, a lot of people approach this topic from an emotional standpoint rather than a logical standpoint. That's why Judd, the other moderators, they was bringing statistics, they was bringing facts, and how you compare when a child is raised with a father versus just with a single mother, and so on and so forth. And the proof is in the pudding. It's in the stats. It's in the statistics. But a lot of times we come to these topics from a place of emotion. And just because you love the hell out your mama doesn't mean that was the best predicament for you in terms of, you know, how you could have turned out without her being masculine or having that fatherly presence. Go ahead. Who's that?
Hey, this Judd. Hey, and you know the thing about the brother named Teddy Bear. The crazy part about it is how he says his mom raised him with love. Yet, you know, he has a child that doesn't live with him. That, you know, and he's not married to his baby's mother. So she really taught him how to repeat the cycle, keep the cycle going. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you would think she would be teaching them how to not do the same thing. Because see, the one thing, my mom was masculine, right? And she, you know, you don't see it at first, but then when you get older, you realize that, like, dang, how in the world did my dad stay married to my mom? And my dad told me, he said, because I didn't want you to be raised without a father, and I was like, damn, that's some crazy. I'm like, man, you know, I'm thinking about it. I'm going like, man, you was in this situation for all these years, having to deal with, you know, I love my mom. My mom crazy. It is what it is. I love her to death. But, you know, truth is, you know, she ain't right. You know, but he said he stayed because he didn't want us to be raised in a single parent home like he was. He didn't want us to grow up without a father. And, you know, I just the mom, his Teddy Bear's mom should have been having that same mindset that I'm going to raise him to make sure he doesn't repeat the cycle. But most women don't do that. You know, like a saying says, women love their sons and raise their daughters.
You know, one of the
Hey,
common saying is that
Can I
the
chime in right quick?
it's
hold on,
just
hold on, hold on, hold on. Eddie, you go ahead. You spoke first. Go ahead.
Man, praises to all y'all, man. Happy New Year to everybody. I just want to tell y'all, man, the worst scenario is both scenarios because I've been through it. The father wasn't there. He didn't come in my life until he was 24. My mother was masculine at the same time, and she didn't start like seeing the light until she got older. Once she got older, what I'm saying, once she started hitting the wall and stuff like that. So with that being said, I feel like it's both scenarios. They play hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like you just have to have a strong foundation with the mother and the father. And as far as like the women, I feel like the women are crumbling because the men don't have a lot of restraint. The men don't have, a lot of men are not godly. It's some men that are godly, but a lot of men are not godly because they don't have restraint. They let their second head guide them. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
So they
Eddie,
enable a lot of women.
Eddie, according to the numbers, that's not true because the single women that are baby mamas, most of them are all having sex with the same men. When you look
Uh,
at the numbers, most black men are married.
yeah, I
and
understand.
and also
You can say that, because that's the perception that black women want you to believe that these men out here are just doing it. What it is you got a handful of men that's out here having sex with all these women. That's what's
That's
going
real.
on. Like you got Diddy, you got the what's your boy name, Nick Cannon. You got Future. All these women know that these men got kids by all these different women, but they
But you
still
see,
sleep.
they show that more. They show
And
that more.
so they show that more, but
Yeah,
they don't show all these women that got that done lied to a man saying that it's your baby. They don't show
yeah, they
that.
don't. Yeah, they don't.
So the numbers don't support what you just said.
Yeah, but at the same time, we still got to be strong. You know what I'm saying? Like really,
and
like
also I just want to say
hold them
too,
accountable.
dealing with that, because you made a statement. You said that men thinking with their second head enables the women. But again, like Kevin Samuels always said, who controls access to sex?
Women do.
So who's doing the enabling?
I mean, men are because at the same time they tricking. You see, they trick. They'll do anything for it. They'll pay for it. They'll do all for it. They'll get
Bro,
they
who
whole church for it.
control access to sex, bro?
I know that. I just told you women. But at the
So
same
who is
time,
enabling?
the
Think
men.
about the definition. Enabling. Who enables that dude to use his second head and abuse it?
You right. You
Who's
right.
enabling that?
You right. You right. You right on that end. But at the same time, the men ain't got to fall into
Most men
it.
don't fall into it.
I can't tell. 'Cause all I see is a baby daddy around here talking about, I want to see my son.
Most black men are married. The percentages and the numbers don't go with what you're saying. You just listening to these women that's saying that they all having sex with the same men.
Now, I ain't listening to no women. I'm just looking at it. I'm really in the hood looking at it. I'm like,
But
wow.
The
that's
same
the
kind of
problem.
man.
You need to get out the hood
Right.
You right. You right about that. You right about that.
because a woman that's getting money from the government, she'll stay in the hood her whole life just to make sure she get that government check. She won't get a job and she'll have more babies so she can stay in that Section 8 apartment or get that voucher. That's what women do. So you need to get from around people like that. Surround yourself with men that's positive, that's married, right? Because you like Manuel married, I'm married, Aunt married, King married, dang, Dion's married. I don't know if Shay married, Shy married. I
Yeah.
don't know.
So in
I know
response to that,
real
so
married. So
so in res right.
around men. Get out
Right.
the hood. Get your mindset out the hood. Get from around the hood and get around men. Because the men that's about their business, they moving out the hood.
Right. So in response to that, for the past like 3 or 4 months, I've been around a lot of positive men. That's married, got good jobs and stuff like that. Got LLCs and on their own business, and they teaching me how to do a lot of stuff like get my own LLC,
get, you know what I'm saying, a certain pound of car so I can write it off on my taxes and stuff like that. So it's been a journey. You know what I'm saying? It's been a journey. I can't say it's been perfect, but
Hey,
at the
and
same
make
time, it's
sure
been
you
progressive.
don't in some other game and just some little bit more game. Leave these ratchet club hopping women alone, bro. Leave
Yeah,
them.
that's another thing that messed me
Stay
up
away from
when I
them.
was younger. That messed me up big time. Like I was in debt at one time, for real, because I felt like, you know,
Emmanuel.
we want some love.
Hey, Judd, these hoods, these social constructs that our enemy constructed for our people. These projects, these Section 8 neighborhoods, that's the place for these single mothers. That's where these masculine mothers are at. That's where they get receiving their benefits to stay single. And you know what we find? We find all the crime, all the drug dealing, all the gang banging right there in these areas of our people. And then we have these questions that's asked, what's worse? This is what these single mothers are raising. And give me Isaiah 3 and 12.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Just
Hey,
hold
wait till
on.
the
Yep.
scripture come out, sis.
Soon as that get done, you got it.
Okay, thank you.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors.
And that's
And
what's happening. We have these children that's growing up with these single mothers, and they gang banging, they terrorizing everyone, running around with choppers, and it's just nothing but violence going on. And that now children are our oppressors. Read.
women rule over them.
And that's what we got to ask. That's the masculine women. I don't know how you're gonna get a masculine woman and a man to coexist. A man might hit it, but he ain't wifing it up. It just ain't gonna happen. Read.
O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths.
And so now we don't even understand the past how we should be walking. God created for a man and woman to marry, to be a husband and wife, to raise their children, raise them in the laws and commandments. But hey, we got these independent sisters who love being an independent woman. They independent, dependent on the government. And they raising their children
Damn.
to have that same mindset. So
I
with
had
that,
to
I
run
mean
to
my
my
mic.
grandma.
Hey, and they're called submissive women pick me's while they're go to the club just like a hoe to get picked. Crazy.
For real, for real. All right, go ahead, Sister Sean. What you got?
Hey, brothers and sisters. The only thing that I wanted to add, and it was going back to what we were talking about earlier, well, what you guys were discussing earlier. First of all, me being someone who follows the Bible, and I believe in everything in the Bible. First of all, I feel like a lot of us women put ourselves in those situations to be a single mother, because when God said be fruitful and multiply, he didn't say to go out and have babies with different kinds of men. You see what I'm saying? Men that wouldn't be good fathers and things like that. When he told us to be fruitful and multiply, that meant for us to have a husband and have children with. You see what I'm saying? To me, like, I don't feel like, I just don't feel like it's anybody's fault, that we, and being a single mother and having two daughters out of wedlock and with men who were not the men that God ordained to be my husband. I feel like had I listened to God and obeyed God, I don't feel like that would have been the situation, because it's God's plan for us to have on me in the comments about submissiveness. I believe that a woman is supposed to be submissive to her husband because of what Eve did in the Bible. In Genesis 16, when the curse was given to woman, it said that a woman would be ruled by her husband. So I just had to clarify that for some of the women and some of the men who felt the need to attack in the comments. I believe in submissiveness. I believe that a woman is supposed to be submissive to a man. That's how it is. But as far as all the single mothers, the mothers out here, I believe that the blame is on us. We have to take responsibility for that, because when you're not obedient to God and when you're not listening to what God says as far as a mate and as far as a husband or a father for your children, then I feel like that is on us. We put ourselves in that situation because God, I mean, God is not a God of, disorder and things like that. God is a God of order. And there's a certain way that the Bible instructs us that things have to be done. So for me, like I said, again, I'm a single mother. I have 2 children. No, did I consult with God about who I should have those children by? No, I did not. But knowing what I know now, I would have made different decisions back then. So it's not on the men. A lot of it is on us as women, because we have to learn how to wait on God to choose a mate for us and choose someone for us to have children with. So I land my plane right there.
I like to add something here. There's this common saying that says, "Mama's baby, father's maybe," and so one of the solutions to this is that women must learn and understand that the child belongs to the man because that is his seed. And so when women understand the principles of like the structure, who that child belongs to, whose seed they're raising, then they'll have more respect to want to keep that home together. And so in our society, that's not what is taught. We're taught that, you are your mother's child, you belong to her, and everything is leaning towards mom for everything. You even see it with athletes. Not every athlete do it, but majority of them do it. Whenever they win the big prize or whenever they get drafted, they always say, "Mom is everything to me." It's as if like they don't have a father. It's as if an imaginary semen went into their mom's reproductive organs and gave them birth. And so even if that man was a bum walking down the street, it doesn't matter. Like, you still have a father. And so a lot of men, they, like, you see it with those athletes, like they always pay homage to the king. She's everything. And then as if they're fatherless. But you and so so to be have to be fixed, and our mind has to be restructured. We have to be re-educated to see the importance that the man have in the life of a child. And so that's what I wanted to add.
Okay, bro. Appreciate that. Who we got? Go ahead.
just listening to what you said. I mean, I like what you said, but at the end of the day, don't have sex until you get married. Like, if everybody was taught, just like what the sister said, in which, one thing I can't appreciate is when a sister can look back and say, I made bad decisions. If I could go back, I would do something different. Right? A lot of people won't say that. Like, the pride, they won't say that they made a bad decision. Even with some brothers won't say, like, man, I made a bad decision. I knew I shouldn't have slept with that sister, and I end up having kids by this crazy lady. Sometimes you gotta look back and say you made a bad decision. If we live biblical lives, we would know. Read Hebrews 13 and 4. Like one of the biggest things that we should be going by, one of the biggest problems in our community, the Bible has an answer for it. Read that.
Hebrews chapter 13, verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
That's it right there. Get married first and then have sex. Get married first and then have sex. That will solve so many problems that we have. But we don't. Thanks to the black church, we don't follow the laws of God because the black church say all you got to do is have faith and give me money, and you're gonna be all right. But the scripture says marriage is honorable. Right? We got to do honorable things. Get married, then have sex, then have kids. And I guarantee your situation will come out way better than meeting a dude at the club, getting drunk, smoking some weed, and waking up with your panties on the floor. I mute my mic.
That's true, Brother Judd. That is very true.
Facts.
But
All right.
by the way, can I get 4 people to follow me? Because I have like 666 on my thing, and I don't like.
Yeah, brother. Let's go to Arcadia.
Not
Arcadia next in the queue.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. Shalom, mama. Can you hear me, or am I too low?
Now.
Okay, well, hello everyone. The topic was, oh God, been listening so hard. Masculine moms versus absent fathers, which is worse. I guess at some point I'm in fear of, because I'm recently a single mom or about to be a single mom. However, I definitely fear being a masculine mom. And at the same time, as far as the absent fathers, I didn't have my biological father in my life, but I did have a stepfather who was there for 5 kids prior to his son.
I'm sorry. You said you were about to be a single mom? Like you finna go through a divorce?
Well, yeah, I'm like at the end of it. So, yes.
Is it because he don't want to keep the commandments?
That wasn't first though. That I just came into the truth myself. So no, that wasn't first. And then when I did come into the truth, I tried to go about it biblically, and it's just no. So
So he trying to divorce you?
no. He wouldn't kind of make a decision, kind of. So it was gonna be. It's a 15-year relationship versus in a 10-year marriage. So and it happened several times, like maybe about 3 times. But I guess I just wasn't. I'm not I don't read between lines. I'm sorry. I'm kind of like go with the flow type and just love on my person. So I don't know. I don't read between lines. So a lot of stuff got past me, and I didn't realize it.
How long you been in the truth, sis?
Since September of last year. So what, about 5 months.
Okay.
Yes. So no, but I fear that because I'm not a hardcore mom, but I do want my son to understand kind of that I do have to do my due diligence and keep him in the word of God and be the best mom I can be. However,
Just a question. So why are you getting a divorce? Is it violence or something?
No, a lot of infidelity and a lot of more so, I guess, a lot of infidelity, and my husband just not wanting to be married no more. That's kind of what it was.
So he told you he didn't want to be married, but
yeah, yeah, he want to kind of live life himself. He said he want to see how it is to live life without me.
And y'all got kids?
Yeah, I have an older stepson and I have my own son.
You got your son is by him?
Yeah, my son is by him, yes. So, and he's
15 years.
You the one that's filed for divorce?
Yeah, cause he wouldn't do it. It was gonna be like a dragon situation. Cause yeah, it was gonna be bad. And I guess but I did seek God the best of my ability. I did. Not off of embarrassment or anything. It just what I really, truly did, and I'm at peace at this moment. But I want to be clear enough to let you all know I am continuing to seek God. I did. But just to let him decide, and it was like a no answer. The counselor even didn't understand, like, if you want to keep it or do you not? Do you want to show up for counseling? Do you not? So it was just, it's okay.
What if he coming to the truth?
All praises, yeah, definitely. I do pray for him, and I really do. But I don't. I'm kind of dealing with my own healing, and I don't want to be. I really wanted to be positive for me, and a more, I don't know, I just don't want to kind of think about, I don't know, I just got to pray for him. That's all I can do. But I no, I don't know. But I just fear my son being, before y'all did this show tonight, I kind of told my son too, like, if you want to possibly move, with your dad, just know I support you. Don't never think that I would feel some type of way. I just don't want you to think that I would ever leave you, but I know that you need to be around, a father, a male, um, and if you decide to come back to me or with me anytime you want to, just know. But before y'all even started this show, I was kind of talking to him about it, and I wanted him to be clear on it, that I know I'm a girl, I'm a woman, and I definitely don't want to lead you emotionally. I don't want to lead you just wrong. Both is very important, but I just know I had a stepfather that was amazing to me, even though he wasn't my biological father. Just to take care of 5 kids that wasn't yours, and the 6th one was yours. I mean, I couldn't ask for better as a child. So, but I always tell my boys that, y'all have a great father, and I would never want to reverse them words based off of emotion. And or with me personally going through, I just want to I just fear going through the masculine mom stage, and I know how important it is to have a father in your life, though. So I don't really know which one worse, but I know I don't want to be that masculine mom to the young man I know who mean the most to me.
Okay. What you said you've been in the truth 5 months, right? Would you
Yes,
say,
in September. So is that 5 months, 4
well, I
months?
don't know, September. So
Okay.
would you say that before the truth you were living your life the way God wants you to, or you were not living your life
I
godly?
think we was like, really, when I started slowly finding out, I was kind of saying to him, like, you won't believe how much we live, the truth that I'm finding out, we live this and we don't even try to, like, you hit everything, you pay everything. I just help when I have to help, because I work too. I just don't believe in me not being able to help my spouse. I'm just not that type of woman. So,
So he worked. He basically paid all the bills and like that. Kept y'all in the house.
Yep,
Like,
he did. I mean, amazing. Like, it goes on. Like I said, it's a
and
15-year since high school. It's a 15-year relationship. But it been
just
times where,
um, just out of the blue, he just like, well, look, I just don't want to be with you no more.
many times, yeah. Like, so he'll just leave. But I do. He have come back, to it maybe twice before and said, like, I just wasn't giving him what he
Why
needed,
do
and
why do he be saying that? Like, why did he say that multiple times?
he just said that I wasn't like, I'm hard to deal with. And I say, what is it I need to do? Like, what is it? And then I would try to write it down, record them, but he could never get to the specific of what I needed to do. So I couldn't give you the answer if I tried to make it up. So, but I would ask that all the time. But first time I never asked. When he showed back up, I just was there, like, because I prayed for my marriage, and I know if I asked God to, keep it, he would, and he did. So I never asked no question when he walked back in the door the first time. The second time, I don't think I asked any question. I don't think I received an apology or anything. It's just he always just walked back in when he left me. But this time, it was, he said he didn't want to be here. He just left and just wanted to do stuff on his own, kind of. That's what he said. So, and I tried to kind of fuss and fight with it before, but I kept kind of like more so coming off as begging, as he say. So I don't know really. I have no idea. I just know this time around, I feel like God didn't allow me to be like the first two times. It's kind of me coming in the truth right when it happened. Been a big old struggle, but I promise you, like, peace. I know the hand of God is with me at all times. Yeah. So I just fear my children having that masculine mom and having an absent
Okay.
father. So
Read read the book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 26 and verse 23. Because, one thing I'll say is that I'll just deal with me personally, is that, me and my wife, we've been married for a long time. How long we been married? Like since what, 04? So we've been married for a long time. And so and before that we went to high school together, and we dated and lived with each other. So we've been together for a long time. And both of us, we for the most part, we were regular people. We thought we were good. We thought we was living okay lives and things like that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, our marriage was messed up because we didn't know how to live godly. Like, we can say we certain things we do, but we were in idolatry, celebrating wicked holidays, birthdays, Christmas, going
yep,
to church on Sunday, believed in white Jesus, we dressed out of order. My wife wore pants, and I didn't have a beard, and just so many different things that the Bible tells us how we're supposed to do, especially when it comes to dealing with marriage, with how a man and a woman should be together. And a lot of times when you really don't have God in the middle of that, you're really getting what you're supposed to get, right? I'm gonna read the scripture right here. Read that scripture for me.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 26, verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
So the scriptures say that a wicked woman is gonna get a wicked man, and that's vice versa. Wicked man more than likely is gonna get a wicked woman. The reason why that's true is because a godly man is going to be looking for a godly woman, and a godly woman is going to be looking for a godly man. That's the way it's going to work. Keep reading that scripture.
But a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord.
So if you're a godly woman, you're going to be looking for a man that fears the Lord. That's what you're going to find. That's what you marry. So, but when you're not a godly woman, more than likely you're going to find an ungodly man, and that's
well,
vice
let's say that, Judd, because
vice with a
that's weird. Because I was 18, like, so I always had a relationship with God
second.
based off being raised in
Oh,
Christianity. Am I over talking you? I'm sorry. I didn't. You kind of breaking up. Are you still talking?
yeah, I was still talking. Hold on a second.
Sorry, forgive me. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Emmanuel, or no?
I can't. Yeah, you was breaking
Yeah,
up
you
for me.
good now. You good now.
Yeah, you're fine.
Just had to
Go
move.
ahead.
But I don't know where I left off at, but yeah, if you're a godly woman, more likely you're gonna find a godly man because you're gonna know what you should be looking for. And if you're a godly man, you definitely not gonna you look for a ratchet. You're gonna be looking for a godly woman. And to be honest with you, marriage doesn't make any sense if you're not following the Bible. Nothing about marriage makes sense if you're not doing it the way God say do it. If you don't believe in God, you don't want to keep the commandments. It does not make any earthly sense to get married. It would be the stupidest decision of your life. So, in hindsight, if you were a godly, according to the scripture, if you were a godly woman, you would have found a godly man. And if he was a godly man, he would have found a godly woman. But when you're not, you're gonna find somebody that's not godly, and you'll end up in situations like this. You know, not to say that you not a good person or a nice person or anything like that, but when it comes to making a marriage work, right? Give me that in 1 Corinthians 7, the trouble in the flesh. You know what I want, Shay?
Yes,
Shy,
sir.
read
Yes,
that.
sir. 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse
28.
28, excuse me. But, and if thou marry, thou hast not sinned. And if a virgin marry, she hath not sinned. Nevertheless, such shall have trouble in the flesh.
So
But
the
I
Bible
say,
lets the Bible lets us know, God lets us know that it's going to be trouble in marriage. All marriages is going to have trouble. Even godly marriages, even brothers that fear the Lord and sisters that fear the Lord, when they get married, it's going to be problems in the marriage. But if you're not following God's commandments, you're not going to be able to survive through that trouble that you're going to go through when being married. So it's, you know, we can all look at this as a one-sided thing, because I'm looking at the comments, people like, oh man, she sounds like a real good sister, which I'm not saying you're not a good sister,
Yeah,
but
I
if
don't need all this.
but if you
I,
just came into the truth into September, it's some things that during that long period of marriage that you wasn't doing when it comes to being a godly woman, and I'm sure there were things that that brother wasn't doing when it comes to being a godly man. So um a lot of times we always got to put the blame, it's easy to point the finger at somebody else, but a lot of times we got to make sure we point that finger at ourselves and be like, I made bad decisions. I wish I would have knew
huh?
about this truth from the beginning. I wish I would have knew about how to pick a man from the beginning, and I wouldn't be in these situations. And that's the same thing with you brothers that come into the truth after being in a bad situation with a sister. You got to look back and say, I made bad decisions, and that's the reason why this marriage or this relationship didn't go right.
Yeah. Yeah, I would never want to point the blame at the next person. So, but yeah, to answer the actual question, I didn't want to make it seem as a marriage issue. I just wanted to make it kind of verbalize the fact that what can basically I do not to be that masculine mom, besides talking to, well, my son is still with me. So besides communicating with my son and allowing him to know that, you more than welcome to go and stay with your father versus, thinking, I just don't want you to think I ever would give you to somebody or leave you, just to clear that up. So I don't want to be that masculine mom. So it's not to point out anybody, because I know you all, don't know the full realm of it. It's coming from one side. So I don't want to do that. But it's just more so of the fear of being that masculine mom to and not knowing that I don't have the full qualities to raise a man, because I have seen some single women raise some good guys, like Dion spoke about. I have seen it, but at the end of the day, like another lady said earlier, I don't get the strategic part, of it, like not being that masculine mom. I'm not getting that part, because I do come off a little. I keep encouraging him, but at the end of the day, like, I just don't want to be like, oh, be too hard for no reason. Because I work with young boys in the prison, so I'm always kind of hard and kind of solid on what I say, and so I just don't want to be that masculine mom to my son, and I just try to figure out the right way to, to go about not being that.
Joe, did you want to respond to?
Nah, you can jump in if you want.
I mean, the reason why we went so far off into the marriage thing, sis, is because you really wouldn't have to worrying about that if you could save your marriage. The scriptures talk about a woman winning over her husband with her conversation and things, things like that. So it's not like your divorce situation is not exactly biblical, because you ain't really been in the truth long enough to really apply the scriptures in terms of trying to win him over. And he wasn't the one that pressed the issue with filing the divorce. So that's what we was trying to get you to understand. You ain't got to go down the path of facing the challenges of being a single mother if you can say your marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, read that in 1 Peter 3:1 real quick.
1 Peter chapter 3, verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives.
Right. So if your husband not obeying the word, he not following these commandments, you got the power to win them over by your conversation. That's what the Bible teaches our women. No matter, the situation presently, through time, you can win him over to the word by you having a proper conversation. Keep reading verse 2.
While they behold your chaste conversation coupled with fear, whose adorning, let it not be that outward adorning of plaiting the hair, and of wearing of gold, or of putting on of apparel, but let it be the hidden man of the heart, and that which is not corruptible, even the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit.
Right. So, like you said, we just hearing one side of the story. We don't know the full realm of things and what's his, issue, why he would leave or whatever. But a lot of times it's the lack of what we just read, the meek and quiet spirit. The fact that you just came into the truth and you knowing the truth, you gotta think a lot of us, you know what I'm saying, like Jud been speaking on, we married, so a lot of us came into the truth already either dealing with our women or married to them on paper, but we got to see the evolution of God's laws and commandments over time, transforming them into a real meek and quiet woman according to the scriptures. And that take time. You know what I'm saying? You brand new. And even though, like you saying, he never really verbalized exactly what was his reason, more often than not, like when you read the scriptures, it say a man would rather dwell in the wilderness than with a contentious woman. And I know you probably don't feel like you like that, or he never told you that, or maybe that's not what it is. I don't know. I'm just saying, majority of the time, that's what it is. And a lot of sisters don't know how to comfort their husband, encourage their husband, and in turn that pushes them away. But you can win them over when you learn the scriptures, and you can do the opposite. You could be that holy woman of God with that meek and quiet spirit. And once you got that, 9 times out of 10, a real man ain't trying to lose that. You know what I'm saying? So that should be your main objective instead of trying to come into the truth, be new in the truth, and cut off your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a head, you got a husband, you got a father to your children, and you trying to come in the truth, severing their head simultaneously. It kind of don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Hey, Emmanuel, and I'll speak on my own situation. It's funny. Well, it's funny now. It wasn't funny at the time. But, me and my wife was about to get divorced, in the world. And she was like, we need to have counseling. I was like, all right, I'm going to go to counseling and have all these people tell me how I'm wrong and this and that. But I said, okay, I'm going to go. We went and sat in there, had counseling. And they all was like, looking at my wife, they was like, you wrong, sis. You wrong. And I'm sitting there going like, yeah. I'm like, I'm kind of thinking the whole time, I'm thinking the whole time I'm wrong. I ain't doing what I'm supposed to be doing, this and this and that. And they looking at her going, you wrong. Like, yeah, you can't treat a man like that. This, that, this, and that. And I was like, it's almost the same thing as when men started listening to Kevin Samuels, right? We all had this mindset on us not being good men because the world tell us we not good men. We ain't this, we ain't that. We don't deserve this, we don't deserve that. You know, women don't have to bring nothing to the table. They are the table, right? But then next thing you know, you get people going like, wait a minute. Nah, she ain't right. She don't supposed to do that. She don't supposed to do this. She not supposed to be this. She don't supposed to do that. And you sitting there. I remember sitting there going like, Needless to say, that was the last time we went, but it was like a lot of times we'll sit back as women will sit back and they'll look at their situation and it'll seem like to everybody that the man is wrong. And even the man will be thinking he wrong because of the way the world is and how stuff's set up and how TV is and how the media tells you that you wrong. But at all times, it both of y'all wrong, and just like what Emmanuel said, that's 15 years a long time. Y'all got a kid together to just say it's over.
No, don't, please don't think. No, it wasn't because of I got in the truth. I got in the truth like afterwards. Like I was invited afterwards, so I didn't know as much as I knew now.
Oh,
Like when
and
I learned
that's what I'm
it,
saying. Like
trying to
now
use
that
the
you know
word.
what you knowing now, what you're starting to hear now should make you say, wait a minute,
Yeah, I did.
living my life as a godly woman. And you should be able to say, look at yourself in the mirror and say, I wasn't. Right. And you can say when that man, you wonder, why was he stepping out? Why was he doing that? Why was he doing this? You may ask the question, well, maybe it's because I wasn't fulfilling my role as a godly woman. Now that may not be the case. He could just be a nigga. But sometimes you gotta say, because I look at my situation when we was before I got into the truth. I wasn't fulfilling my role as a godly man. That's why we bumped heads so much. She wasn't fulfilling her role. I wasn't fulfilling our role. So we bumped heads and we argued all the time. But when we came into the truth, we both started looking at this is my role, this is her role, and then everything started to work out. Is it trouble in the flesh still? Yeah, you always gonna have little disagreements, but it ain't even close to the way it used to be. It's just maybe a spat here, and 5 minutes later, we watching Netflix or something. You know, well before we wouldn't talk to each other for a week. So I know from experience that if the man is not living a godly life and the wife is not living a godly life, then the marriage ain't gonna work. The man ain't gonna want to be there. The woman probably ain't gonna want to be there. So now you know where you went wrong. It just kind of seems kind of troubling to me that you would go through with it instead of wait and maybe say, this is what I know I did was wrong. Can we make this work? I don't know, but I don't know the whole situation. But
I can't. Well, when you ghost and you never show back up, I don't know how you can do the meek and quiet spirit, and I don't know how you can do the, you know, asking question anymore when I can't contact you. I don't know how to do that part.
Yeah,
So
and I don't know the whole story, but
yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't become a masculine woman. Moving forward, I was kind of looking at a forward thing.
And men leave for a reason. To be with somebody that long, it's a reason why he left.
Right.
What the reason was, I don't know, but we
Right.
have to all acknowledge that it had to be a reason.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't know the whole situation, so it's hard to speak on. But I don't know where we at, Emmanuel.
I'll pray to the Most High. We at the point where I plugged the room. Now, Stacy, yeah, go ahead. I see you wanted to say something. Go ahead, sis. Your mic jacked up. Your mic messed up.
Hear me now?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay. So my question was for the sister. I just wanted to ask, like, if her marriage is repairable, and do she think that, like her husband will be open to fixing whatever challenges, if that was something that she would, wanted to pursue, and would he be willing to be on that same accord with her? Like, is it repairable, or if she wants that? That's just
Find
what I
them,
was
sis. She
asking.
said she can't find them, so you know.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be kind of weird talking in circles, with people. So at the end of the day, we can't hear his side, so we don't know. All right. So yeah. So this is biblical smoke. The topic for tonight has been a real good topic so far. Masculine moms versus absent fathers. Which one is worse? We done heard a lot from both sides tonight. A lot of scriptures, a lot of edification that came out. So, hey, it's still early, man. It's still early. Make sure y'all keep hashtagging biblical smoke with the topic. Share the link on social media. Ping people to the room. If you're in the audience and you just been listening, now is the time to raise your hand and chime in. Go on and join in the conversation. We don't bite. It ain't gonna hurt you. It ain't gonna hurt nobody. It's gonna help if anything. So go on and come up on the stage and chime in on the topic. It's a real good topic. A lot of different people from a lot of different walks of life with a lot of different experiences. We can all get in this thing and chime in and, dive into scriptures and come with solutions for these issues in our community. All right, last but not least, remember we got our email, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Once again, that's biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. You can reach out to us. We got a beginner's booklet that we can send to you, and we might have a location near you. So hit us up via email at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right. Let's see. I see we got a lot of people raising their hand. And get some more people on stage real quick. Who is that? Kendo. Kendo, welcome to the stage, bro. What you got on the topic?
Hey, shalom. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just on the topic, I think it's not even close that absent fathers are the worst, and it's not even in the same conversation. Just off the simple fact that, like, when you have a father, especially your biological father, when your biological father is here, just how safe you just feel as a kid when your father is here, when your father is in the home. It's like, it's a different type of safety that you feel. Even me I'm grown, 20 years old. I'm a fairly big guy. I'm 6'3", 320. My father is 5'6", maybe 150 pounds. And whenever I go see my dad or come visit my dad, I still feel like, a child around my father. And that's just the aura of when you have a dad in your life. You just something simple like that. So yeah, I can go even more deeper in other things, but just something simple like that, man, there is no comparison. When a father is not here, it's far more damaging than having a masculine moms.
All praise, my brother.
Hey, just a question. Do you think masculine men create absent fathers?
Do I think masculine men create absent fathers?
I mean, masculine women
hmm
create absent fathers.
Um. No. I,
So
I,
you think
I
men would okay being married to a masculine woman?
no. The problem is just that a lot of a lot of a lot of men from what I've seen and from what I've experienced, a lot of times that just comes from from men not properly vetting women and checking these women before they even be serious with these women. A lot of times brothers, they especially black men, we're very I think the word is like egalitarian.
versus other races of men. We more easier and more relaxed when it comes dealing with women. Other groups of men are very stern and very strict on their women. We're not, especially us that was born and raised here in America. We don't really have that type of culture. Where the men generally are very hard and very stern on the women. We don't come from that.
Okay.
So
So why do you think men leave the women?
um well, the woman being a masculine woman, I don't think that's predominantly the reason why. The main thing is just that a lot of times men be letting a lot of things slide, and he just get to the point. It don't even necessarily be she just be masculine. It probably just be because a woman can be feminine and still be disrespectful, and still be rude, and still don't listen to you. That don't necessarily mean that she's masculine.
Well,
But
would that mean she's feminine?
no, that wouldn't mean
So,
she's feminine. Well, what
because
I mean by
one or the other, she's either masculine or she's feminine.
yes, I guess you could say she you could say yeah, you could say yeah if she's masculine. But what I'm trying to say, it can be a lot of other things. He can probably let slide that he wasn't cool with. But because he liked her or something like, it probably wasn't nothing about with her personality. It probably can be her general situation. She probably was a single mother when he met her. He wasn't necessarily cool with that, but he was wanting to deal with the fact she was a single mother. And I'm just using that as an example because he liked her, but over time he found out, man, I ain't really with this. She probably have a lot of family problems. You know what I'm saying? That he doesn't want to. He thought he can be cool with it, and he just overlooked a lot of things. And then over time, he probably was like, man, I can't deal with this. This is just too much.
Right.
Can you,
Percentage wise, more black men are married than black women.
oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh yeah, I
So,
already
so
know
why do
that.
you think that is?
Well, generally, I think it's really because the culture. Because black men, it's easier for us to date out. You know, Even though
Black,
that's wrong.
most black men are married to black women.
Yeah, but a lot of times it probably just not just American black women. A lot of times brothers, they'll marry, maybe some African women, Caribbean women and
Okay.
stuff like that too.
I mean,
So
black
a lot of times it'd be.
women can they got passports too. I mean, we've been seeing that for the past, I would say, almost decade.
Say that again. I didn't hear what you said. Say that again.
I said black women have passports too, and
Oh yeah.
they've been showing us through the swirl movement and things like that that they don't need a black man.
I mean, yeah, and I think it also goes back to what you said about the masculine thing, which you are 100% right about the masculine thing. The other thing, the main thing is with these other men, which we all know, these other groups of men, they don't play games with women. They
So,
don't play.
question: why do black men want to deal with African women or Caribbean women?
Because generally, it's not all, but generally, especially when these women are in their own native country and they're not here in America, the culture that most of them come from, they come from patriarchal cultures.
So you're saying
So
probably more submissive?
yes, because it's not even just the men; it's also the older women in their families don't play games with them neither.
Okay,
So they
so you're saying that the black men more we know that number wise that more black men are married than black women, right?
correct.
That most black men are not married to women outside of their own race, and you're saying that the men that do step out, they go and get women that are Caribbean or African because they're more submissive. So
Yes.
you're still saying that the problem is the absent father, not the masculine woman. Seems like the masculine woman is causing the issue. The what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because of course, and like I said, this is just my opinion, but both of them are terrible, But when I was just speaking of just off of like my opinion of like what is worse, because because the thing is like when your father is not here at all, especially when you a young man and you grow up to a certain age, you got your puberty, you no longer fear your mother no more. Like your mother, you stop being that, especially when you were a boy, you stop being that mama's boy where you always want to be up under your mom. A lot of us just want to, our mom just start becoming annoying to us, to a certain degree, and you no longer want to really listen to your mom because what your mom all she's going to do is just yell at you. That's all she's going to do. You no longer really want to hear what she got to say, But when you have your father is here, especially men. Men, we are usually very consistent in our behavior and the way that we are. Our mothers, they could feel one thing one way, feel one thing another way. She'll be happy one moment, be mad another moment, But your father generally will be, because he's a man, he's going to be consistent with his behavior. So you know what you're going to get out your dad,
So,
you know.
question: do you think that inconsistency in behavior would make men not want to stay with a woman?
Inconsistency in behavior, what do you mean? Can you expound on that?
What you just said, like a woman could be this way one day and this way another day. What you were just saying about dealing with a woman, like with the
I
mom.
mean, when you are a child, right? Especially when you have both of your parents, you kind of start learning how the different sexes are. Especially when you watch your mom and you also watch the other women in your immediate family. That's how you start to really learn about women and stuff like that to a certain degree. So you kind of start to expect that, okay, women, will sometimes be irrational and sometimes, will be, very emotional about certain things. And you watch how your dad handles it. If you see your dad is always the solid rock, he's always keep his cool, he's always walking and act and behaving in a manner like he's always in control. You start to mimic that and you watch that,
Okay.
and
What
you start to, and a lot.
behavior you think from that woman would cause that man to leave?
You kind of skipped out. Say that again.
I said, what type of behavior from that woman would cause that father to leave the household?
Oh man, of course,
Because I'm listening to you and I'm
yeah,
hearing everything you're saying, but it's kind of like you're saying absentee fathers, and I'm like, well, why did the father leave? It's got to be a reason.
of course. That's what I'm saying. For every man, there'll be different reasons, but I think generally, generally, it'll be because the masculine woman that he's with, generally, but also, it can be a lot of other things too. That's why I had mentioned earlier. I said, it might be she probably a feminine woman, but she probably have kids, and those kids are rebellious as hell. They don't listen to nobody. It could be those reasons, or it can be just other reasons she have going on in her life that he thought that he'd be able to be cool with, and over time he started to find out that, man, these things are just too much for him, and he decides to leave the situation. But I do think generally is usually she's just disrespectful, which is she's being masculine.
Okay.
But
So if the woman is disrespectful and caused the most uh pivotal piece to leave the household, what's worse? The absent father or the masculine woman?
me, I'm still going to always say the absent father. I'm still always going to say that. Which I understand. I know where you're going with it, and if anybody says it's the masculine mother, I don't have nothing against it
Hey,
at all.
just saying, man, we've been
Yeah,
conditioned
because it's tough. It's
past.
tough.
Like if the woman stay masculine, then she ain't gonna never get a husband. But at the
Right,
same time, that masculine woman letting men put kids up in her.
right.
I just, I mean, it just seemed like we give women a pass. Like it's
Yeah,
always, what's up with this? What's that? Well, the man left. Well, he cheated. Well, he did this and he did that, or whatever.
but
Well, he girlfriend for these many years. It's like, yeah, but your mom didn't have sex with him for 20 years either. Well, I didn't
right.
know that. Yeah, you weren't
But
supposed.
but for me,
Yeah.
how I view things, I always view it, as a man, I come first. So it's my job, as a man, if I'm seeing this woman, maybe be my wife one day, that it's my job to vet this woman, It's my job to vet her, and to make sure, try my best to. Of course, people can change over time, but I at least have to vet her, especially long before any, emotions, especially sex, is involved. I have to try my best to vet this woman. Ask her where she come from. Ask her how she was raised. Was her father here? How
I
did
got,
she feel about her
I got,
father? Like,
and then you marry her before you have sex with her, right?
yes, of course.
Okay, all right. All praises. I'm reading a comment. Somebody said only weak ass men leave their family.
Yeah,
What if,
it's easy to say that. It's
what if,
easy to
what if,
say that.
what if she cheat on you?
Right,
What if she's sleeping with the next door neighbor? You gonna stay with her?
right, exactly. Like, I don't think any man that have common sense, would want to stay in that type of situation.
Some dudes stay.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
Dudes
That's a
stay.
fact.
Look, and I see another woman says the problem is men don't know how to lead. This a woman stays in her masculinity. Now ask yourself, how many of these men who are with these masculine women had fathers? Maybe a lot of them didn't have fathers, Sister Rena. But why didn't they have fathers? It's like, why didn't they have fathers? The woman laid down and had sex with a brother. That's how she got pregnant. So the question is, why didn't that man stay with that woman? And if that son was raised by a mother, then how come why he don't know how to lead?
Right.
You would think that women would teach their sons how to lead, but they can't. That's why when you look at the numbers, kids that have either their father only or father and mother are in way better conditions than ones that are just raised by their mothers. That's statistic. It's on paper. It is what it is. It's something wrong. I mean, look, I don't know. Something wrong with these sisters. It is what it is. They the ones walking around saying, I don't need no man. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Your
And
baby
that,
your baby need a father.
right, most definitely. Like for me, it's always going to be with me. It's always going to start with that man first. We is our job.
Right, you're right. And I see a sister saying a man should still be accountable for their father. I know many men that want to raise their kids, and that mother will not let him. I know many men that's trying to get their kids, that want to see their kids, they want to have joint custody of their kids, and that woman is fighting tooth and nail to not let that happen. That's crazy. It's real crazy to me that
And
that
they do
goes.
that just to be spiteful. That's the
Yeah,
only
just to
reason
be
why.
spiteful, just to be evil. But
Yeah.
some kind of way, it's the man's fault. It's the man's fault. If child support and the way the government system was set up wasn't set up that way, we wouldn't have this problem. But everything leans to do what? To help out the woman, because the one thing that the other nations know. There's one thing that the other nations know. Hold on, real quick. Go to Jeremiah. Jeremiah chapter 11 and verse 19. This is what the other nations know about how to keep us down and how to keep us on the bottom. They know this because they don't deal like this with their people. They set this system up for us to fail. Read that, Jeremiah 11 verse 19.
Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 19. But I was like a lamb or an ox that is brought to the slaughter.
That's our family structure today. That's these single women that say, I don't need a man, I don't need this, I don't need that, I'm independent, I'm this, I'm that, right? That's these brothers that was raised by single mothers that's emotional and they're taking all their hurt and pain out on these women and doing them dirty and doing them wrong. That's us. We like a lamb or ox that's brought to the slaughter. I mean, and they don't know they about to die. That's how we are. That's how we're raised here in America. Read.
And I knew not that they had devised devices against me, saying, let us destroy the tree with the fruit thereof.
That's what they want to do. They want to destroy the tree. The tree is that man. They want to destroy the tree. So they got the devices that they have that's against you. is that public assistance, right? To where you can say, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do that. You know, I got somebody to take care of me. I can get put in a house. I can do this. I can get this done. I don't need a man. They got wicked devices set up against you. The TV shows that play all day. All these, what's that? Reality TV shows that show all these strong, independent black women, right? The music that we listen to today that show all these strong women that's married, but sing songs about how they don't need a man and how they independent. We don't understand that all these devices are set up against us. They say, let us do what? Let us destroy what?
Let us destroy the tree with
The
the fruit
man.
thereof.
The man is that tree because by the numbers, just like I said earlier, and if you watch that video, I think it's a video still up there, that you have the same chances of living your life a certain way if you were born with both your parents or just your father. The drop off is when you're raised by your mother. So they know we want to destroy the man, and by destroying the man, you destroy the kids. Read.
And let us cut him off from the land of the living.
And let us cut him off from the land of the living. That's what they do. They know the key to destroying the black family is to destroy the man. Is to take the man out of that household. And our women, they go for it. They're like, oh, ain't no man gonna tell me what to do. I ain't gotta be submissive until I find the right man. Like that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. How you gonna find a good man if you ain't submissive? If you masculine, you are not gonna find a good man. A good man is not running to a masculine woman. He like, man, all she wears boots and Jordans all day. I don't want her. When she gonna put some heels on? I want to see some heels. I want to see some sandals or something. She got Jordan. She got more Jordans than me. You ain't about to get you're not about to find a good man. And these other nations know that, so they set it up that way. And we fall for the trap every day. We fall for all these wicked devices that goes against a man being the head of the household and a woman being submissive. What was that dude name? That guy that be like amazing. What's his name? What's that dude name? I can't remember his name, but he got a little show. Jesse Lee Peterson. And
Yeah,
he had
that's
a pastor on the show with the pastor's wife. And he asked that pastor's wife, that is your husband, the head, your head. And she wouldn't say yeah. She would not say yes. I'm like, damn, you're gonna embarrass your husband like that on national TV, on a national radio show by not be able to say that your husband, who's the pastor of the church, is your head? And that's the mindset of the pastor's wife? Come on. These women, hey, look, I mean, we can say what we want. A lot of people say, like, y'all bashing the woman or whatnot. I'm married. I love my wife. But at the end of the day, these women minds ain't right. I mean, my mic. Emmanuel, where you at? You sleep?
nah. He jumped off. He transitioned it over. Hey Judd, I'm sure you made a lot of sisters look in their closet just now when you said they got more sneakers than heels. I'm sure they looked over at the closet and said, "Dang, I got to throw some of these away."
Oh, we got Callie right now.
Say it one more time.
I said we got Callie in the house right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We just jumped on. Shalom. All right, we're gonna go to Michael. Michael, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Oh, and the topic about the
Yes, sir. Masculine moms versus absent fathers. Which is worse?
I believe the masculine mom is worse. The even though both of them are not good, to build a nation or anything like that. I believe the masculine mom is worse. Well, a father not being there, to me, absentee father is dangerous because it's like a house with no roof on it. That's why that's bad. But masculine mother is way off or way to the left because the mother is not even showing femininity to a son nor a daughter. So she's not doing any good to the family on that point, to where a young boy, he's going to become a man no matter what. But the meaning of being a man,
he won't learn that. And that's a big problem there because the meaning of being a man is not always verbal. It's something that you have to see your dad or your father or uncle doing. And a masculine woman is an oxymoron. It don't even sound right. A masculine mom doesn't even sound right. So just on that point, I think that if a mom is masculine, she leading her children the wrong way. No matter if, be it the male or the female, they're not seeing femininity. So I think that's the worst problem, in even just trying to raise a nation.
So when you say she not teaching them the right thing by being masculine, what you think some of the things she teaches them are, right? That boy or that little girl from being masculine. What are some of the things you think a masculine mom is teaching them children that we could see in adults?
As in to the boy, she's teaching. To me, when I see women, like their emotions are already half full. So they react on things based off of just what they see. They react a lot off of like speaking or emotionally act. Men, as I know it to how I react, and a lot of men I know react, it makes us do more focus on something else that we're doing. For little girls, if they see their mom acting masculine, they feel that's right. Okay, if my mom acting like this, hey, don't be. She could be the same way, thinking that to be almost tough is the thing to be, as in combative with everybody or anybody, not knowing who to be combative with. To where that's why a lot of times we see a lot of women pushing on, hitting on, or being combative towards other men, or towards and that's, to me, that's way out to a woman hitting on a man or dealing with a man a certain way because they have to use their femininity to win a man over or to make sure a man doesn't do any type of hard turn. Because when they go physical with a man is going to get physical back. That's some things that's not seen, and that's the masculinity part. Masculinity is I wouldn't say combative, but more of a stand-up type of thing, to where you will make somebody back down if they're in your way. And a woman, that's not how a woman works, to where she have to make a man back down the way, say, if me and you got into something, our way we get into something be different than, like, say, if you and your lady get into something, or you get into something with a woman. There's different ways we would handle that. And if that's not seen or shown or taught, the whole way gets out of order. Men fighting men. Men fighting women, women fighting men arguing with women, just like two women arguing.
So you saying go ahead, Joe.
It's something that you said that stuck with me is that if a woman is masculine raising kids, then it's just everything gonna be out of order because her daughter, you're right, her daughter gonna grow up to be masculine just like her, and the son is gonna grow up. He's gonna grow up really being effeminate because he's gonna be okay with a masculine woman. So he's going to be looking for a woman to be his mom forever. He's going to that's the problem. Like, I know it seemed like we beating up on the sisters, but the sisters have a big responsibility when it comes to something, especially when it comes to raising the mother and the son. Because a lot of women say in church say Proverbs 31, Proverbs 31, but a lot of times we don't realize it was a woman, a mother, telling her son what he should be looking for in a woman. And if a woman is masculine, then what's she gonna tell her son to be looking for? She gonna tell her son to look for somebody that's like her, and that's not right. Well, I'm gonna read these two scriptures right here. Read Ezekiel 16 and 44 and 45.
Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 44. Behold, everyone that useth proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying, as is the mother, so is her daughter.
So if the mother is masculine, then guess what? The daughter gonna grow up masculine. It is what it is. If the mother is feminine, she's respectful, she's submissive to her husband. Guess what? The daughter's gonna see that, and that's how she's gonna grow up. She's gonna be like, okay, yeah, this is the way it's supposed to be. this, and that. This is what I'm gonna do. Keep reading.
Thou art thy mother's daughter, that loatheth her husband and her children.
That hate her husband and her children. When you read in the book of Titus, it says that the older women are supposed to teach the younger women how to love their husbands and how to love their children. But guess what? That's not what's happening right now. We're not living in that age. So right now you got grandmothers that's 35 years old. I mean 40 years old grandmothers. That's not being taught. So that masculine energy that, I could do bad all by myself, woman thou art loose, I'm independent, that's what's being taught, and that's what these women are being. And they're saying stupid stuff like, I'm gonna be feminine for the right man. What if all the men said, I'm gonna be masculine for the right woman, but for now I'm wearing a dress? It just
Damn.
don't make sense. But we see what the key is. It's like the mother is supposed to guide the house, through the laws of God. And if she ain't keeping the laws of God, then that house gonna be all the way out of order. A husband ain't gonna want to be there, and the daughter gonna want to grow up. The daughter gonna want to grow up being a man or not needing a man, and the son gonna want to grow up not being a man at all. He gonna be a woman. These crazy women hang out with homosexual men like it's they girlfriends. What kind of example our women are showing today? It's crazy.
That's
Michael,
why I
you
said
there?
that she's not. Oh, pardon me.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's all I was saying. I don't think she's helping any of the kids if she does that. That's the why, and that's the reason I say that masculine moms are worse. I'm not saying that absentee fathers is not good at all. That is not good. But as in topic, the masculine mom outweighs that. That's and that just like you were saying about the they would like to go hang with a gay man, to where like they'd be more friends with that, not knowing that that gay dude honestly is trying to take your spot. And that is way off, to where some things I just don't get. I guess it's my age, or some things I don't get to understand, just because of when I was younger, there was I still lived part-time with my dad, part-time with my mom, but I had older men that pulled my coattail, as they said, let me know certain things, to where when I get older and grow up, to where, okay, this is how to be. That's why I said the meaning of being a man is not always verbal. You don't always say it. Like me raising my son, I didn't always have to tell him certain things. Times I'd be like, hey, come on, let's go. He come with me. We go do some work. I'll work all day, come home, work on the car. His mom be like, I need this and that to help to do this and that. I will help her do that. And at times, I'll be the last one to go to bed. I would be up, and he wakes up and, Daddy, what are you doing up? Let him know. Hey, I'll make sure the house is good. I'll be up, the last one to go to sleep at times, first one to get up. And that's just is a part about being a man that is not always verbal. And a lot of women don't see that, or they don't get that, because a lot of times women work together and have an empathy thing. They need to get together in a group to talk and speak. They need that more than men need it. We get it certain ways and do it different ways. But sometimes if you're not verbal about certain things, some women don't get it. I'm not saying all women, because women should know that we love sisters. But it's some things when they act a certain way, is like we're not dealing with them. Or if you try to say things to set them straight, or you see what's wrong, they're not trying to accept that. So at times it sounds like, oh, y'all just getting on women, y'all hate women. No, we love your sisters. We just trying to help
Yeah.
get things set up and straight.
So, Mike, what it is accountability.